All right. Whew. It is chilly. Got the heat going. Ooh, better turn it up. It's say Wednesday? Man, my schedule's all messed up this week. I think it's Wednesday. It is Wednesday. So anyways, we yesterday was a very productive day. I filmed like 7 videos and it was awesome. So that's a good thing. Got a bunch of crap out on my desk from doing videos yesterday, though. Today, planning on filming a couple more videos. Really need to get at least one video edited so that I am ahead for next week. Again, I've got a bunch of videos I've recorded. I just need to get to editing them. I think I have a total of 12 videos in the queue. I think the plan is that 2 of them will be up next week, and the following week I'll have another 2 at least. So that does not include my beginner's box video review. That does not include my monster cards review. Speaking of which, got these dice yesterday, and they're really nice. So you may have heard of the company. You may have seen them on Instagram. I got the purple set and the dark set. So this is the purple set. Paula wants this set really bad. They're really pretty. I don't know if it's the video. You know what? Hang on a sec. Hang on a second. Let me see what I can do here. Let's see. So a couple of things I'll say about these dice. So I like them. They're bigger than normal, except for the D20. The D20 is just like a normal size D20 compared to my other dice. They are extremely light, like very light. They roll nice. They sound just as nice as normal. The cool thing is if you roll them on a wooden table or a glass table, I don't think you're going to do any damage to the table. So again, here's the 20. You could tell that's a beautiful D20. So yeah, they're really nice though. Let me pull out the other ones real quick. I need to take some pictures of these today. Maybe get them up on Instagram, show them off a little. But here's the D12 of the dark dice. So again, I think they look awesome. It's kind of hard to show off dice on video, I feel. But yeah, really nice. We were talking about this, me and I think the patrons last night. And one of the things we discussed was, why is it that so many dice creators have popped up in recent times? And, you know, like, you would think that it would be a flooded market, but if you think about it, like, people are always willing to buy dice. No matter how many dice someone has, they're always willing to buy more dice. So these sets, I think they're going for, I mean, with tax and delivery, it was a total of like $85, I think, $90 US, which is a lot for dice. I'll be honest. It is a lot for some dice. I don't know what I think of the price. I think it might be a little steep, but they are very nice dice. If you really want that set, it might be worth it to you. I'm somebody who doesn't spend that much on dice. I'll buy some, I don't own any, but I would buy some metal dice for maybe $25-$30 tops. And then, yeah, regular, like, normal plastic dice, whether they look cool or not, maybe $15, $20 at the most is kind of where I'm at. But I have enough dice. I have a lot of dice. I have dice I love a lot. Specialty dice are a little bit different. If they have fun things on them, like a critical hit, you know, die or something like that, I would probably pay quite a bit for a single one of those. You know, like maybe upwards of $10 for a single die, if it's a really useful, really cool die. But that's just me. Chance, another early one. How you doing, bro? Oh, dude, I am doing excellent. You know, got to do some house repairs later, so that's cool. Or at least check on something that we had to do this morning. But other than that, I'm doing great. Had, like I said, a really productive day yesterday. Filmed a bunch of videos. Managed to get my Patreon Creators Grant video up. That was such a pain in the butt, to be honest. Trying to get that on Instagram. Because, you know, Instagram doesn't work on desktop, but it's okay. But yeah, no, it was a good day. Like I said, it was extremely productive. I feel like I got a lot done, and that's always a plus. So today, assuming I don't have to do a bunch of housework later, I will get at least a single video that I need for, it's my Dampier video, I believe. If I can get that edited, that'll be up on Monday. And then the only other thing I have for next week is my year in review video, where I kind of reflect on the year. And I'll be honest, this is like one of the few years where I was just in do mode. I didn't spend a lot of time plotting out what my plan was and what I was going to do. When I thought of something, I just did it. And it was a very productive year in that regard, because I got a lot done. I didn't overanalyze things. I didn't get analysis paralysis or any of that. So it's been good. I did break this chair, so the back of it broke off the other day. I just literally went to lean back and watch a video. I think it was one of the Taken 20 response videos. I went to lean back, and I'm like leaning back, and it was like crack. And I didn't fall because of the bookshelf. So I literally just went against the bookshelf. Oh, it was great. So now I got to get a new chair too. So you can use Buffer to publish directly to Instagram from desktop. It's a lifesaver. See, that would have been great. Now that I know that, I need to write that down. Buffer. I've never even heard of that website. I could have done like if this then that as well, I think. And I thought about using that. Instead, I uploaded it to Google Drive, and then I downloaded it to my phone from Google Drive, so then I could upload it to Instagram. It was like a huge pain in the butt because it wasn't working the first few times either. So that was frustrating. Like trying to download it. It was trying to download it as a file instead of like into my photo folder. And, yeah, pain in the butt. But yeah, I'm going to definitely remember that site. Buffer. Beautiful. But yeah, so I think this next week, if I'm able to do what I think I can do, I should be ahead by like over a month on my videos. And I'm really excited about that because I have never felt like I was that far ahead. I've gotten ahead by like 2 weeks before and felt like a huge relief and things like that. And I'll be honest, it's not like I'm going to feel a huge relief. I'm just going to be excited about being ahead like that. Like you, Roll Stats, there's some things I want to work on writing out. Especially for my BlackRock game, I have some things that I want to flesh out a little more. For example, in our previous game, I think the players found out that there's... So on my map, there's castles to the south of where they're at. Or not castles, but mountains to the south. There's a river that actually flows into the mountains rather than flowing out. And the river that flows into those mountains actually has... Actually, I think I told him it flowed into. I need to check my map because maybe it doesn't. But anyways, inside those mountains, shortly once you get in there, there's a city on each side of the river. One's a dwarven city and one's an underground elven city. So I want to flesh that out a little bit, write some stuff up for it, and because I have a feeling that's where they're going to go very soon, and I didn't anticipate that. So I'd like to be a little bit more prepared for that. Any plans for Christmas? Staying home. We are... Tomorrow, Christmas Eve, we are going to do the presents from my mom early in the morning. And then that way they're like able to contain themselves for the day and they play with some new stuff while, you know, they'll want to open all the other stuff, but at least they'll have something to occupy their time. We'll probably drive around, look at Christmas lights in the evening. And that is it. That is all we will do on Christmas Eve. And then on Christmas Day, we'll open the rest of the presents with them. Going to be recording a bunch of gift openings so we can send it to the relatives who did send presents. But yeah, that's about it. It's when on Christmas Day, we sit around in our pajamas all day long. We get Chinese food and we just chill. So tonight we will be streaming mini painting, by the way. So we can talk about that with Paula tonight too. But yeah, that's what we do on Christmas Day. It's Chinese food, it's presents, it's sit around and help the kids build whatever they got, or sometimes we play with them with whatever they got or whatever. So it's going to be cool, though. I think this is going to be a fun Christmas for the kids. Gabe, I think, is old enough to realize what's going on now. He's 2. So that'll be fun. Ooh, tired. Oh, man. But yeah, so we did our Patreon chat last night. I think we're going to start pulling that off stream. I think we're just going to do a normal hangout with the patrons, and we're not going to stream it moving forward. It's just going to be a thing that if you want to join in on those chats, $10 and above, and you can come hang out with us. We do it every other Tuesday. Next week, Roll Stats, we're playing Back Me, correct? You don't have plans on Tuesday, correct? I've been planning on it, but I wasn't sure, and I haven't talked to you about it. I'm going to risk the 100K fine and go see my sister. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know your rules up there. But, yeah, no, we've got... Paula's brother lives, like, 5 minutes away. But, no, we're staying home, not risking anything. So, one of Paula's brother's boys works at Taco Bell. He's got 2 high schoolers, a middle schooler, a college student, so all that good stuff. Cool. Yes, I'm excited to play Back Me. We still talk about that, like almost every day, man. We talk about how intense the wolves were. I was kind of hoping Durgan would die. I was kind of hoping. Or whatever his character's name is, Draven's character's name is. I was 100% kind of rooting for it. So, the stream's bitrate is lower than the recommended bitrate. We recommend that you something. Oh, okay, whatever. Thanks, YouTube. Sometimes streaming doesn't want to happen. So... yeah, where are my... I have notes around here for what I was going to do today. I recorded a video yesterday about the D&D, a future D&D movie, but a different take on it. And let's just say not making it a D&D movie. So I'm kind of excited about that. I'm going to be editing that. That video will probably be up in a few weeks. That's not like a firm deadline where I have to have it out or anything. The Game Master's Diary that I've been really enjoying doing those, where I talk about my experiences in the Pathfinder system, and what I like about it, and maybe some stuff that I messed up that I could have done better. So I learned that perception isn't a skill from the chat or the comment section, which... honestly, I still don't even know if that's 100% factual, because I think it shows up under the skills. It doesn't show up under skill actions on the DM screen. I know that. But I feel like it's under the skills on the character sheet. And maybe that it's still a skill, but they said you can't just choose it. It has to come from, like, an ancestry or a class. Yeah, it's not even on there. So yeah, it has to come from like an ancestry or a class thing, because it's not under skills. It's a whole different deal. So you can use, for example, if you have certain senses, like you can smell really good, then that would give you the ability to use perception and things like that. So it's kind of interesting. D Dubs, hello, hello. Well, hello. Also, are the morning streams a new regular thing? So, yes, I try to do them on Sunday mornings. The idea is to do the morning stream so that I get my butt up and out of bed and start doing stuff rather than lounge around and don't actually get to work on anything till like 3 or 4 in the afternoon. That's kind of that's kind of the idea. But I usually do that on Sundays. I don't normally do it on a weekday. It's just Paula's home this week and next week, so I can do them. And she's been really encouraging. She's like, yeah, go do it if you want to get up and get out there and do stuff. So I literally rolled out of bed today, threw this on, and here I am. Was supposed to start at 11, but my alarm, I think I hit snooze. It was like 10:50 something. So we were up to like 1:30 watching the third Hobbit movie. Paula's got me watching those again. And there's like so many things that I didn't remember, even though I've watched The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings. I watch them really frequently, actually. I haven't watched them so much since COVID, but in the 2 years we've been in our current house, I think I've watched The Hobbit like 3 or 4 times, like all of the Hobbit movies. But there's like things I didn't remember. Like there's a part where, oh gosh, can't even think of the name now. Thorin is like walking across the gold and like he feels himself like falling in the gold and it's like consuming him. And I didn't remember that scene for some reason. And there's a couple other scenes that were like that where I was like, oh, I don't remember that. But it's been awesome. Really, really enjoying watching those. And every episode of The Hobbit, I'm like, oh man, I really can't wait till we get to the Lord of the Rings. Like that's what I'm like, oh, I can't wait. Like that's what I really want to watch. So tonight we will watch the first Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship. And tomorrow's Christmas Eve, we will watch The Two Towers, right? Is that the second one? And the third one is like The King or something like that. Return of the King. Yeah, I think that's the order. So anyways, I'm excited though. I love those movies. And Paula's started reading the Adventures in Middle-earth books for 5e. And she now is like begging me to run Adventures in Middle-earth as a campaign, and I'm like, I don't think I can do it justice. And at the same time, I don't have time to run another campaign. I can't imagine doing it right now. So, I feel like I could run another Descent into Avernus game or another Tyranny of Dragons game, but I don't think I can run something else. You know what I mean? I don't think I can put in a lot of extra prep time into something else. So, weekday morning streams are cool. It's easier to throw them on in the background while working. I saw the notification, was like, nice. Oh, well, I'm glad, man. Yeah, in a couple of weeks, I won't be able to do it on weekdays just because Paula will be working, and then I'll have a couple kids to do homeschooling and stuff with. But I might be able to do that afternoon slot again at like 2 in the afternoon or so when the 2-year-old goes to sleep. But we'll see. Not a good chance on that, though. I wouldn't bet on it. The same way, roll stats. I'm just waiting on videos to render. Yeah, that's the worst. That's when I watch most of my stuff on YouTube, is when I'm rendering videos. But my videos render quick on this system. When I start rendering a video, it's done within usually a minute or two at this point. Kind of love it. Lasagna Druid, good time. I haven't seen you in a chat in a while. The difference in theme and feel between The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings hit me when I rewatched Fellowship of the Ring last night. The colors in Lord of the Rings are much more neutral and dark. Oh, 100%. There's, like, even if you watch The Hobbit, there's some goofy stuff in there that's, like, for example, the plate scene where they're cleaning up in Bilbo's house and they're throwing the plates all around the house. Like, it's meant for kids, And, like, when they're escaping the elven city or whatever, because they were locked up, and they're in the barrels, the big fat guy gets out and he's got a barrel and he pokes 2 axes out and he's like flipping around and fighting. Again, it's meant for children. Legolas running across the dwarves' heads while they're in the barrels. It's just one of those things. Oh no, there's no luck about it, buddy. Luck's for losers. I'm just kidding. Chan says lucky, mine takes like an hour to render. You just gotta buy a better computer. Speaking of which, I need a better computer. My streaming is rough on this computer. I definitely need to get something stronger, but I'm probably a ways away from that happening. So, but yeah, if I could, next computer I do is going to be a built desktop computer. It's going to be stationary over there. When I do live streams, I'll do them from there, unless it's mini painting. Mini painting I can still do from over here on a laptop. But yeah, my next computer I'm building myself. It's going to be capable of handling all my streaming. I never really thought about it when I was little, but the tavern scene in Fellowship is so unwelcoming and dirty. I love it. Oh yeah, dude. It's the Lord of the Rings is meant to be darker, you know? Also, Legolas piercing blue eyes in The Hobbit caught me off guard the first time I watched it. I told Paula that too. I was like, Legolas's eyes are way more blue in this than they are in Lord of the Rings. She's like, well, I think he wears contacts. I'm like, yeah, but they purposely made them brighter in this compared to Lord of the Rings. So, yeah. I'd love to have the current PC over this Chromebook. Yeah, I've got another laptop that's even worse than this one. That's just I should just clean it up. I could use it for quite a few things actually. Like keeping notes up while I'm running a game. That actually I've done it before, but I could keep it up here with notes, and then I could obviously have the Zoom stuff here. That's what I really should do. The other thing is when I build a computer, I'm definitely going to have it a 3-monitor setup, no matter what. Once I build a computer, like 3-monitor setup, probably going to have a microphone that's for over there, like all sorts of good stuff. I think mine's more of a software limitation. My computers are insanely overpowered for what I use them for. What do you render with? What software? Is it that software that does your animations for you? Is that what it is? Like I use Adobe Premiere, and Premiere is slow on bad computers. But on this one, so I've got a 256 solid state drive, Intel Core i7. It's cool. It works. I like my computer. I mean, it's not the best, but it's not garbage either. It's just not as good at handling my streaming as I'd like. Video Scribe, yep. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. So I've got the characters for our Riffs one shot, by the way. And I'm not sure. I might take. So someone made them for me, which was really cool. I might take everything from it and just put it into a Word doc with all the stuff you'll need to know, and then send it to everyone playing in Sunday's game. I'm thinking that's what I'm going to do with it, because I am going to be adding in the percentages. I asked the person not to put the percentages from the books, and I'm going to put my own percentages for skills and things like that. So it's a cloud-based system, so it has pros. Oh my gosh, no. I hate cloud-based systems. I hate anything that works that way. If it's not browser-based, like, no. Like Roll20 drives... Actually, Roll20 is fine. But Fantasy Grounds is awful, like, with how that works. Like, I know that's not cloud-based, but that runs off each person's individual system, and it's just dog crap. So, no thank you. No, I like stuff that runs independent, like within itself, and that's that. Or, like, if it's an editing software, yeah, you want it on your system. You don't want it to be browser-based and stuff. But, yeah, sorry. What you said made me think right away Fantasy Grounds, and that's why I lost it. But, yeah, softwares, why would they make it cloud-based? Technically, Premiere can be cloud-based, too. Because I can sync it with like my phone and other stuff. So I don't know. Like I could pull up files supposedly on my phone that I've worked on my laptop through the cloud and stuff. I don't do that. I haven't put it on like my phone or anything else. I think you can do like up to 6 devices or something. But yeah, I don't know. So Oh man. So I've got the videos I still need to film to feel like I have had a good, successful, productive week. It's 3 ancestry videos. I'm gonna do hobgoblins, leshies, and lizard folk. Those are 3 that I need to record. Leshies look interesting. The idea of playing like a plant creature or plant humanoid is kind of cool to me. Um, so I'm curious about that to see, you know, what I'm really gonna gravitate to, and I'm gonna save all that for the video. So there's that, but yeah. So I don't know. We're gonna do that, and then once I do that, I'm onto the core rulebooks ancestries before I jump into probably the classes. I think the classes might be next, or maybe I just bust through the background since Pathfinder is about the ABCs of character creation. So probably do backgrounds. Backgrounds will probably just be a bunch of them in one video and just crush through them. I think that'll be fine, but we'll see. I feel like it's for group sharing and updates, although it's hard to say for sure. That makes sense. There's a lot of like software that's been made that way because a lot of teams that do like videos on YouTube and stuff like that will work remotely, like they're not near each other, and they'll do stuff like that, like, oh hey, I'm doing this, and boop. I love Hobgoblins, the shock troops of fantasy adventures. So I love Hobgoblins too, and you're gonna love this, Bill. I don't like the art for Hobgoblins in Pathfinder Second Edition. I hate it. I hate Bugbear art. I hate Hobgoblin art. In fact, I even watched Nonat did a video on Hobgoblins in Pathfinder Second Edition, and I think the artwork swayed his opinion a bit of some of the things they're supposed to be good at. Because obviously, hobgoblins are supposed to be like smart when it comes to tactics. They're supposed to be militaristic. They're, they're more structured than goblins. They're less chaotic, right? They can create chaos with tactics, but they aren't chaotic, right? So, anyways, so Hobgoblins in Pathfinder 2 I'm not as big a fan of, just because I think the art skews the perception a little. And then the bugbears just look stupid to me. That's just my opinion. I never understood why you can play an orc as a race, but not a hobgoblin. I would totally play a hobgoblin. Well, we got hobgoblins in Pathfinder 2e, and it was only in the 2nd book that came out. Technically, 5e D&D, you can play a hobgoblin too. I don't know what their stats are, though. Like, I don't know what their specialty is, per se. You know what I mean? I've never had anyone who wanted to play him either. I used to want to play a bugbear in 5e, just because of the reach. I thought that might be kind of cool. And give him, like, a spear. And get a character in front of you that uses a shield and just, pretend you're doing, like, your own shield wall deal. It is kind of weird, that orc has become a more normal race to play in a game than something else. I think it's Volo's, man. Volo's guide has the hobgoblin. Also has the bugbear. I think it has goblins and kobolds as well. Lizard folk, Yanti. I think all of those are playable races from Volo's guide. But yeah, it's been a long time since I've looked. I could look, but I don't really feel like pulling that book out right now. I wanted to play a Minotaur in a 5e game once. So Minotaur is in the Guildmaster's Guide, I believe. It might be an Eberron as well. Bugbear rogues and 5e are fun as hell. Oh, because you get the extra bonuses with like dex and sneak or something. I mean, bugbears are supposed to be sneaky, but that's something that doesn't make sense to me either. Oh man, I just had major lag. Sorry about that, guys. Encoding overlaid, consider turning down video settings. Really? Let's see what we got here. Let me go to video. Can I turn it down? I can't while I'm streaming. Sorry, OBS. That's weird. I don't know why it's like that. Sometimes my software just isn't working right. Are you guys getting buffering issues from me? Is like the video getting all messed up? Let me know. It doesn't, on my end, it doesn't look like it's having a problem on YouTube, but on OBS it just freaked out. And I do have a warning about the bitrate being too low. So, just kind of curious. Mythic of Theros book. Yeah, I think it's in one of, I thought it was, yeah, because that's one of the Magic the Gathering ones. And then it should, I think, be in Eberron because of the Kryn race. That is a Minotaur. But, yeah. They had it in playtest as well a while back. So we were allowing people to play Minotaurs back in 2015, 16. Cool. Okay. Yeah, we were allowing players to pick Minotaurs. I have one of these binders that I pulled out on stream a few weeks ago, had all the Unearthed Arcana stuff, and I was letting people play Minotaurs in my games if they wanted to. Unfortunately, I don't have a lot of groups that want to use all the extra stuff. Most people I play with in person tend to just go core rulebook. Paula has finally started to branch out a little bit into some other things, but that's because we use D&D Beyond now, and so she'll see it on there and just go with it. But yeah, most of the people I've ever played with just go with the core rulebook. Now, obviously, when I play with other people online, like Chance and things like that, they're like, "Oh, I want to use this thing over here and this thing," and and that's all good. You can play as a hobgoblin at the discretion of your DM. Hobgoblin traits are on page 119. Gotcha. Minotaur got nerfed pretty hard. They used to have an ability related to labyrinths. That was great. Yeah, I think the Minotaur for 5e though is a seafaring creature. The one that they gave you as a playable race at first. And that was, I think, because it's from Eberron. I think. I'm pretty sure. I don't have the Eberron book, but now I don't know about the Magic the Gathering one, but yeah. Playing as Centaur 2 OP. Why would it be too OP? I don't know what the stats and stuff would be. Didn't they originally you could climb and stuff like normal, I think, and didn't they end up nerfing it due to feedback? They said, "Well, you're a Centaur, you can't climb ladders as well." Yes, when Saul dies, I fully welcome you to play a Hobgoblin. I would love to have that in our game. If you want Saul to die, we can take care of that in a couple weeks. I'm just kidding. The Minotaur is in both of the Magic the Gathering books, not the Eberron, though. Oh, okay. Is it in both the books exactly the same? That's interesting. Why didn't they put it in the Eberron book? Weren't Minotaurs a big deal in Eberron? I think they were called like the Kryn or something. Krynn or something. I swear I thought that's what they were from. Let's see. Let's see if I have the old Unearthed Arcana. I'm pretty sure he'll take care of that himself. He's gonna get himself killed. That's not good. What will Tatiana do? Alright. So that's the Old Player's Companion, Zendikar, Fiendish Options. It was not in there. The Mystic class. Yeah, this is all psionics and stuff. A compilation of Unearthed Arcana stuff. Minotaur page. Oh, that's only on page 4 of this. I love it when the community makes cool stuff. Yeah. So Minotaur, Kryn, Krynn. In the world of Kryn. Oh, never mind. The setting of the Dragonlance saga. Minotaurs live in an honor-based society where strength determines power in both the gladiatorial arenas and in daily life. So it's in the Dragonlance setting. Gotcha. See, I'm not well versed on the different worlds of D&D. In the world of Kryn, the Minotaurs rule a chain of islands dominated by the Isles of Mythos and Kothis. Bound by the sea on all sides, the Minotaurs focus their tenacity, strength, and cunning to become some of the most skilled and ferocious mariners in the world. Let's see. Traits. Conqueror's virtue. From a young age, you focused on one of three virtues of strength, cunning, or intellect. Your choice. Okay, so you can choose one to up by one. They have horns, and they're medium size. The horns do 1d10 piercing damage. They can do a goring rush. When you use the dash action, you can make a melee attack with your horns as a bonus action. Hammering horns. Labyrinth recall. You can perfectly recall any path you have traveled. Sea Reaver, you gain proficiency with navigators, tools, and vehicles. So yeah, they had the Labyrinth recall in the playtest. Interesting. So yeah, I didn't know that. The world of Kryn, yep. So I thought they were called Kryn for some reason, but that was me trying to remember back like 4 years for something I've never played or really read much up on. Chant says you could stack centaurs on top of each other endlessly. So good. What? Why can you stack them up? It sounds like the way you put like plastic like outdoor chairs on each other and just stack them up 30 high. That's what I'm imagining with centaurs. Just check the table of contents. I can check that though. Must have gotten left out. Yeah, that was my bad. Completely my bad. But yeah. I've always been open to letting people play Minotaurs and stuff too. The only stuff I'm not real keen on is the classes from Ravnica or the classes from Eberron. Like that's, to me, it doesn't work for my games. I just don't like it. And that's just my own personal thing. I'm fine with like a Warforged race, but I'm not fine with any of the classes. Like I hate artificers. I hate all that stuff. Personally. I don't know why. I really couldn't tell you why. It just, every time I'm like, someone asks about it, I'm like, I would prefer you not play that. Oh, excuse me. Mystic OP. You think Mystics are OP? They were basically Lego. Again, I think playing a centaur could be kind of cool. In Palladium Fantasy, centaurs are aggressive. They're not friendly. They're territorial. I think they get scared easy of some things, though. There's certain things that they're afraid of. But yeah, they're territorial. They're aggressive. They take up a lot of space, and so they pretty much attack on sight kind of thing. They could carry a creature of medium size, but were a medium size themselves. Ergo, Centaur Tower. Gotcha. Yeah, but the bottom one's not carrying just one if you've got two on the other one. Like, no matter what, I would be like, no, that doesn't work in my game. Hopefully Ravnica goes nowhere. Totally not interested in that setting. They've done multiple Magic the Gathering settings. That's the only one I have printed. But they've got like 2 other ones that they put out for free before Ravnica. I hate Ravnica. I really, really dislike Ravnica. Or I'm sorry, they did the one I just read. I don't know. But yeah, Ravnica, obviously. I bought that book. That and the Sword Coast Adventures Guide are the worst 2 books I've bought for 5e. I hate those books. And the Sword Coast Adventures Guide isn't bad to read. There's some decent stuff in there, but it's a thin book, and I thought it was going to have more things for players, and it didn't have what I expected, so I'm not a fan of it. What is your opinion? Like, you guys, what do you think is the worst book that they put out for 5e? Like, if there's one book that you bought or read that you just think is crap, which one would you choose? Chance, some of the best backgrounds in the game. What are your favorite backgrounds in Ravnica, Chance? I can't stand that book. I don't like how they like incorporate factions so heavily into it. It's not my cup of tea. Which is unfortunate because when I bought the book, I was kind of excited to use the races from it. What encumbrance? I'm only carrying other centaurs. They weigh practically nothing. Last words just before tragedy. Yeah, last words before the Jenga tower falls over. Yeah, I agree, Roll Stats. The Sword Coast Adventures Guide is fine for reading. It's just not a good book if you wanted player options. And at the time it came out, you had the core rule book, like the player's handbook, the monster manual, and the DM's guide. And that was it. You didn't have, I think you also had, Rise of Tiamat, and you also had Horde of the Dragon Queen. And so I expected that we were going to get some stuff from Forgotten Realms, like maybe a couple new classes, a couple new like races. I thought we were going to get sun elves and things like that, and we didn't get really anything in that regard. I haven't read many, but Acquisitions Incorporated was annoying to read for some reason. Oh, I like that one. I actually really like that one. It is goofy. If you don't like goofy campaigns or the idea of incorporating something kind of goofy or silly, then I could see that. I'm a big fan of Acquisitions Incorporated, though. It's probably my favorite D&D game to watch, but I don't like watching. I only like watching their PAX games. I can't get in. Like, I don't watch the Penny Arcade stuff or listen to the Penny Arcade stuff. Water repellent dragon heist. Water repellent dragon heist. Is it engineer is OP? Although all of the extended spell lists are great. Do you like Chance? Do you like stuff because it's OP? Because like you get excited about the spells that can cause nightmares for DMs. It seems. I think we need a Deities and Demigods book for 5e. Oh, that would be cool. Okay, so I would like that. The old school one is a gorgeous book. I love the cover and everything. The old Fiend Folio was a good one too. I've been meaning to purchase those for my collection. Throw them up here with my old school shelf. There are some good stuff from back in the day for sure. WKUK just posted another episode of their D&D game. I'd highly recommend, but it does get very goofy. I don't mind things getting a little goofy. Even my home games, I don't think I take too seriously. Like, I don't want it to be nonstop jokes, but at the same time, like, I don't want it to be, like, 100% serious either. Like, I do like a little bit of laughing in my games. A little bit of joking. Do the Immortals rule set from Beckme in 5e? Oh, there you go. I like things that work with my concepts. Gotcha. So what would be your concept then to use an Is It engineer? Or some of the spells, like some of the OP spells. Rivers RPG channel. Hey, y'all. Oh, hey, all. Roll Stats is possibly triggering, so don't hate me, but I absolutely hate Waterdeep and Dragon Heist. Everyone seems to love it, and I think it's horrible. Practically unplayable, way too goofy for me. Interesting. So I have not read those. I wasn't sure if I was going to play in them at one point, and so I did not read them. And then I almost ran them, but I did not. So I have not read those. But yes, I've heard great things about that, and then Dungeon of the Mad Mage or whatever. Are they really goofy? That's interesting. I didn't know that. Shannon says, I also think we need an AD&D for 5e. More crunchy rules for those who want it. Those who don't want it can keep playing as is. So what kind of crunchy rules would you like to see? Would you just like to see less advantage, disadvantage, and more numbers? Like number bonuses for different things? Or what are you thinking? Do you want more like feats introduced? Like what is your idea of what a advanced 5e, what would that look like to you? I wanted to do AD&D 2e, but after trying to decipher the rules and stuff, I'd need to actually sit down and drown in the crunch for a bit so I could run it efficiently. 2e is not that bad. I don't feel like 2e is that crunchy. It's just different than how games are now. Like, there's just more restrictions. For example, like what a cleric can do, for example, or whatever. Like the spells they get are a lot different. Leveling up takes a little longer. But I don't feel like it's a hard game to run, personally. I mean, I've never run it, so maybe it is. I've only played it. Played it in a few campaigns. Curious Tinkerer Scientist work really well with Is It Engineer. Interesting. Rivers says, I would like to see more feats. So, I've said this before. I think my ideal game system is, right now, is probably between Pathfinder 2e and D&D 5e. There is some crunch in Pathfinder 2e that I just don't like. There's some restrictions on things that I just don't like. But I do like the way you create a character. After watching Cody's second video, his follow-up to his original, and his follow-up to all the criticism, he brings up some valid points with the math of Pathfinder 2e. And it doesn't bother me, the stuff he brings up, by the way, at least not yet. But I would like to see if there was a system between Pathfinder and D&D, it solves some of the issues that Cody had brought up in his video. But again, I love being able to choose things every time my character levels up. I love being able to take it in multiple different directions every time I level up. Like if I want this or this or this, I like that. Now, again, I don't think things should stack, and so I can just go down this one focus and like just be able to do plus 20 damage from a hit. Like I'm not looking for something OP. I'm looking for things for me that I think will add some flavor to the character. I love a lot of the fluff text in the feats there. Whereas, again, there are some silly things. I don't like how trying to find a creature is. If someone's hiding, there's like 4 levels of concealment, basically. There's multiple levels or tiers to if you're sick or whatever. And I don't like that either. I guess it's just like level 1 does 1 damage or makes it 1 harder to do something. 2 is, double that, whatever. But either way, some of that stuff I'm just not as big of a fan of. Whereas I do like the simplicity of 5e. I like running 5e a lot. I'm enjoying running Pathfinder 2nd Edition, but I think running 5e for the simplicity of it is great. I think when you have characters that start to get their big bonuses in 5e, that it's almost pointless to roll most of the time for things because they succeed on everything. Like, oh, I rolled to hit the creature. You almost always succeed at a certain point because you have like some ridiculous bonus of like plus 9 to hit. Like, you're hitting everything at that point, or plus 10 to hit, So that's kind of my gripe about 5e, and that's kind of my gripe about Pathfinder. There's certain things that there's crunch for the sake of crunch. I don't understand why with Pathfinder. And there's certain things in D&D 5e that I think within the system become a little bit too powerful, and then it's basically just swapping hit points, and that bothers me. So I'm sure that's in Pathfinder 2e too. I just haven't played it enough to feel that way. Now I want to play as a supermune. Official Fallout Tabletop RPG is coming soon. I'm actually pretty excited. Yeah, so the Fallout one, who's making that? What do we know what system that's going to be, or if it's its own thing? I can't say I'm excited about it. I've heard great things about Fallout, but I'm not invested in it. I've never played it. I watched a friend play Fallout on Xbox One a few years back when that first came out, and it was cool to watch him play. What was that? That was before like the Fallout 76 or whatever the hell that game was. Yeah, bounded accuracy is by far the worst part of 5e. Like in theory, I like how it works. I just feel like once you get to a certain point, you're just hitting everything. And if anything, maybe they should scale the proficiencies down. You know what I mean? Like rather than, yeah, once you hit this level, you're now this proficiency. I don't know. Maybe using the die instead of the straight number. So the DM's guide, there's an optional rule for just using a die type. So like a D4, a D6, a D8, and then a D10. Rather than a +2, all the way up. And that probably would make it better, actually. Like, a lot of the optional rules in the Dungeon Master's Guide, I think, do make 5e better. Like, now, thinking about it the last few months, there's a ton of cool shit in there that I wish I started using earlier. It's something I may start using in new campaigns in the future. I'm really going to analyze that. Maybe I'll do a video on that, too, over the next couple weeks. Maybe I'll do a video about ways that I am going to make 5e better. And I'll just use the optional rules from the DM's guide. I do think there needs to be more potential for lethality in 5e, more like 1e. Players need to feel that running away is a viable option. I mean, I get that. I understand. There's a lot of healing. That's the problem. There's a lot of characters that can like self-heal. There's a lot of characters that can heal others. That's why it doesn't feel lethal. That's my opinion, at least. And there's ways to make it feel more lethal too. I use the permanent injuries table, so if people are making death saves, I usually make them roll on that, which I haven't been doing that in a Tyranny of Dragons game. Have we dropped people to 0 hit points who didn't die? I don't know if we have. I think I've killed one character in that. Maybe 2. But yeah, I always tend to kill some characters in my games, so I don't know. But I'm running modules pretty much off the book for those 2 games. My BlackRock game, I don't think I've killed anybody yet. But I have been going a little bit lighter on that one. Like using what I think is more logic-based encounters. But I've had things like a rock, they ran from it. It was sleeping, luckily. There was an opportunity. So I had a side path during a travel, and they didn't take it, but that was going to be a lethal encounter. Pretty much all the stuff during travel that's like side quest that takes them off their path, I've kind of made lethal at this point. So it's almost like if they get distracted by, ooh, maybe there's treasure this way, that basically there's like a consequence to them thinking that rather than sticking to their main quest. They don't realize that yet, though. The optional flanking rules livened my 5e combats. Yes. And then the fact that typically your monsters will outnumber your characters, that could definitely be helpful. Flanking, I think the permanent injuries table, I think incorporating the half hit points rule, that if any one attack drops you less than half your hit points, you can... The gray chicken. Yeah, that was... The 5 gray chickens definitely did. I just described them as gray chickens, but they were cockatrice. So obviously I know cockatrice don't actually look like chickens, but for the sake of the game, I knew that if I actually described it as like a scaly gray bird, then they would have known, and that's just not as much fun. So it was way more fun saying they're gray chickens. And it was hilarious that none of them, except for the old school DM in the group, knew right away what they were. Like nobody else figured it out until they started having their hands kind of turned to stone. If you define death as a treasure, sure. Well, like, okay, so I'll tell them, yeah, like you go on the road to the east. While you're walking, you notice a little side trail. What would you like to do? And if they go down the side trail, typically it leads somewhere to something dangerous. So in one of them, okay, they've done one of the 3 side things so far, and that was a temple underground that I actually had planned a mega dungeon there. But because we had 2 new characters joining and it didn't make sense to have them meet in the mega dungeon, I just had it be two levels. And that's because we had a player drop. If we didn't have that player drop, they would have done a mega dungeon. So anyways, it was meant to be a lot more difficult, but I only had 3 players rather than the 5 that I was expecting. So I did tweak things a little going into that session. You define death as a treasure, sure. Yeah, so I don't know. The whole like illusion of choice thing that comes up from people when they run games is like, oh, the road splits into 2. And like, yes, if you really want to run an encounter, you can put it on either path, right? And so that's like the illusion of choice. Like no matter which way they go, they're going to encounter the same thing. They just don't realize that. I try not to do that. Occasionally I'll do that, but I really do try to like, if there's travel and they're going from point A to point B, I will make like a clear path off that. Like, so it's not like it splits perfectly. It's like, yeah, you could stay on the main path or you can go on this side path. The side path is going to lead to something completely different. And I'll usually make it something a little more difficult, but there also is a little bit more reward with doing something more difficult. So, for example, I believe they got a magic sword when they went off the side path before. They also got a new story about a black orb that can time travel the characters, right? It basically opens up a time travel type portal and jumps them. That is something that in our next session, I think is actually going to get a little bit of closure. Not our next session, but sometime in the next few sessions, I think that storyline might either not necessarily get closure, but maybe it comes a little more to light, let's say. They're currently doing the Under the Tavern module by DMG Info, and that has been really cool so far. In case you guys aren't familiar, DMG Info has this. It's system neutral. There's no difficulty classes. There's no... the monsters are described... like, for example, in the first couple rooms, they're called vermin. If you want them to be rats, they can be. If you want them to be bugs, they can be. There's never once an actual mention of a monster. There's rooms in here where it'll say, choose a large underwater creature. So again, it does most of the descriptions and stuff really well for you, and then you just have to insert your monsters, your mechanical difficulties, your specific items. So it'll say like, party finds a mundane item. It can't be a 50-foot rope, for example. Stuff like that. And it's really cool. So, so far I like it. It's inspired me to do some cool stuff. And I'm really enjoying doing that. We are almost done with the first level of it, and it's about 5 levels deep. So we stream that one Saturday a month. I wish more DMs used weather environmental conditions. I find them to be incredibly underused. So in my Forgotten Throne game, I have dice where I do actually roll weather. And they're really cool. I'm going to grab them just because they're awesome. And I always like showing off my special dice. They're really, really cool. I have a bunch of specialty dice, by the way. So, for example, you got clear, partly cloudy, disaster, which I think that's roll disaster, or stormy. It may have been stormy. No, I think it was disaster. So, anyways, I had rolled this, which, by the way, right now, if I rolled, it'd say high winds. I rolled this, and at the part in the campaign we were at, the characters were pretty powerful. So I ruled that a tornado threw a tree down the path they were traveling on, and I just made them roll a dex check, which I think they were in mud, so they may have been at disadvantage. And it hit one of the players and dealt like, I don't know, 4d8 damage or something. It was my player Tom, who plays in our BlackRock game. He got hit with it, I think, and it didn't kill him. It actually, I don't think it did a lot of damage because I think I rolled pretty low, but it was kind of funny. And then they got into a fight with a bunch of orcs or I think it was orcs at that point. It was fun. I love it. Also, dislike the fixation 5e has with bounded accuracy. It makes progression and encounters feel stale, samey, and feeds into the feeling that no character seems to be at anything in particular in 5e. So getting the pluses from different things, to me, that's not what makes you special. For example, I like the idea, like battle masters in 5e are kind of cool, you know. I like having the different types of attacks you can do and stuff. That's really cool to me. So when I talk about wanting more choice in games, I think I want more of that stuff, you know, like fighters that have different types of attacks they can do. And it's not just because you want it, like maybe one is the one that you do if you want to do a little bit more damage. Maybe this is the one you do if you want to do persistent damage. Maybe this is the one you do if you want to knock them prone. Maybe this is the one you do if you want to disarm the enemy. Like, so I feel like having stuff like that, like for your fighter, is cool. And I don't know a lot of games that do that. You know, obviously Pathfinder 2e kind of has that stuff built in with like the feat choices. But it doesn't go far enough to actually make people mix it up, apparently. I don't know. That's what I'm hearing lately in some videos. But I like having the option to do different things. And the Battle Master in 5e is a good example. Any spellcaster in any game is a good example where you have different options in the moment. You know, I love that stuff. That stuff excites me. But I understand what you're saying, because again, the only time it bothers me is when you do have a character that has an extremely high score. So when you have a character who's managed to get their armor class to like 25, like that's kind of crazy because most of your party is not going to be there. So when you throw monsters at the party, usually it's not going to be a challenge for the one, but it's going to be a huge challenge for the others because you're still trying to make a character or or an encounter that can sometimes hit your best defender in the party. So I think with 5e is that most of the customization and uniqueness of the character is roleplay and personality. Kind of relies on players doing enough roleplay to make a character different. So I agree. Like a champion fighter always feels the same as a champion fighter, no matter what. That's boring to me. Even playing, so I love life clerics in 5e. Even playing a life cleric, 2 life clerics pretty much feel the same to me. There's not a ton of difference in my mind. You play Shadow Fight Arena? I've never played that. Never heard of it. Chance says mud, fog, snow, heat, swamp gas, desecrated Holy Land, and magical dead wild zones are some of my favorite things to use as a DM. Yeah, you can do a lot of cool stuff with that. One of my favorite things is using anti-magic like fields and things like that. I also like having monsters where they're attacking them does no damage because there's, you know, like stuff around them that's actually protecting them. And so you actually have to like break the crystal globes in the room or whatever in order to hurt the monster. So it's more like a 2-step combat where first you have to destroy these things, and then once those are destroyed, then you can fight the creature like normal. I love doing stuff like that in homebrew games. I get the point, although making every subclass similar to the 5e Battlemaster is going to be tedious. I don't think you should make every subclass similar to the Battlemaster. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, like the champion fighter, as an example, you get improved critical, but you don't have a lot of options. Like, you literally just run up and hit it with your sword most of the time. You can reflavor your attack. You can try doing other things. You can multi-class, but you don't have options. So, Roll Stat says, again, possibly triggering, but the most fun and memorable moments I've had with RPGs have nothing to do with mechanics. They are all RP moments. Decisions and actions, usually bad. I do agree still with you on that, Bill. Like, I can have fun in almost any system as long as the group is good. But I can have fun with a bad group if the mechanics are good. Like, if my group doesn't roleplay, I can have fun with mechanics. But mechanics by themselves can bore me as well. Like, a 5e mechanics kind of bore me a little just by themselves. If I'm playing in a group that doesn't roleplay, it's not going to be as fun. So I agree with that. And like the thing is too, like you can play, as you're saying, Andrew, you can play 2 life clerics and just choose different spells, because obviously you can change out your spells every day. But I mean, if you're playing a life cleric, you still get blessed and you still get cure wounds, right? So you're already having that. Chances are you're going to take Sacred Flame as a cantrip. You're probably going to take Guiding Bolt. Like, it's very predictable what people take as a life cleric. So, Roll Stats, you'd hate my videos. Lots of math, deconstructing 5e monsters. I love stuff like that. I'm a big fan of, like, the math behind the game. I'm genuinely interested in talking about that kind of stuff. I love it. But that's not the lure of the game for me. Like, we're playing Beck Me. The rules of Beck Me don't inspire me. Like, I don't get excited about the mechanics of that at all. But I'm having fun with our game, and I'm having fun with our group, you know? And I'd play it again. I'm enjoying the game. But when it comes to the mechanics, there's not anything in that I would even, like, really get excited to discuss, you know? I always felt the destroy X to make Y vulnerable to be a cheap way to extend combat, particularly annoying in Final Fantasy Tactics Advanced. So the reason I like it is it creates a little bit of a challenge. It has nothing to do with extending combat for me, but it does mix up combat. Instead of just running up and hitting the creature with your sword, it forces your players to figure out what's going on, because they're still going to start the combat probably trying to hit it with their sword. Like, imagine, here's one. Say you got like a level 7 party and there's a goblin boss. It's literally just a goblin boss. And he's got some minions that keep piling out of the walls, right? And that's the encounter. But no matter what the players do to the goblin boss, nothing hurts it. Oh, well, he's under like some kind of magic thing that's attuned to him in this room. Now you have to break the 10 balls, glowing crystal balls, you know. I think that makes that combat better, you know. Maybe not that example, because you're going to have a crap ton of rolls to make against the players with a bunch of goblins. But the point stands that I think it makes the encounter a little bit different than you would expect. Now, I mean, you can say the same thing about liches and their phylactery. You never actually kill a lich until you get rid of their phylactery. So that's extending combat over multiple sessions. But I also like that one because, again, it makes it so even when they kill the bad guy, he's not actually dead, so it's a reoccurring villain. And reoccurring villains are great. So, food for thought. DM a game using monsters that are so rarely used, so players are less likely to metagame monster knowledge. Yeah, that is one way to do it. Roll Stats does it too, where he describes what a monster looks like, but doesn't tell you what it is. And I think that's a good way to do it as well. But again, I don't feel like, so even with the cockatrice, the players didn't metagame that. I think if they were actually metagaming it, they would have known it was a cockatrice, especially when the one player, I knew he noticed it because he had this look on his face, but he just went along with it. But yeah. Alia. Is that how you say your name? Alia1? I definitely agree that there needs to be more feats in Pathfinder 2e to mix up the diversity and diversify options. I also think that the feat building character design is very sound and will be expanded on. I agree. I'm someone who likes Pathfinder 2e. From a character builder standpoint, I think it's a lot of fun. I like the idea of mixing certain things up and coming up with a new type of character that I probably wouldn't have thought of before. I think it's pretty cool. I like that. I wish 5e had a little bit more of that personally, because the way it works now is like in 5e you pick a race and these are the things you get. You pick a class and you get like two options, but if you go this one, you get this list of things. If you go this way, you get this list of things. It feels very much like, all right, once you pick this, you're automatically down this path, and that's the path you're on for the next 10 levels unless you multi-class. And that's the part that feels stale to me. There is no choice in 5e when you're leveling for the most part. Whereas in Pathfinder, you have choice of different feats. You can choose an archetype, go down a whole nother list of feats if you want. And the feats in Pathfinder 2e don't really stack the way they used to in 3.5 and Pathfinder 1e. So again, I need to start saying Pathfinder 2nd edition. They don't. I heard the other day that somebody that Pathfinder doesn't want to be referred to as 2e because 2e is easy to get mixed up with like old D&D or something. I don't know. Roll Stat says challenge accepted. You have a new subscriber. Shannon says I agree. More feats in Pathfinder 2e helps get rid of illusion of choice. It does. I think so too. Andrew says I hope you enjoy them. Yeah, go check out Andrew Philhart if you want some mechanics discussions about monsters, which I love stuff like that. We almost did back in 2015 on this channel. We almost did like, what was it going to be called? Like, we had a series idea that was like, monster. I don't know. It was basically going to be like a single one-shots with people where we let them build a party of a specific level and then we test them out against a monster or series of monsters like Tiamat or the Demogorgon or whatever, and just see if they can survive the combat and win the battle. And then we were going to do something where like, oh, maybe these two people take on a different monster. So maybe it's Tiamat versus the Demogorgon, or it's the Tarrasque versus this. And, we were going to play around with doing stuff like that on stream, and it was going to be awesome. You guys can also subscribe to Roll Stats. He's got some old school videos if you're into that. He's got a really good catalog of videos. Shannon says, I find using trolls, everyone knows to use fire, hence my suggestion. Plus, it would be fun for the DM in using a monster they normally wouldn't see. So the other solution, is just reskin your monster. So have a troll, but make it so it's not fire or acid. Maybe it's cold that causes it to not regenerate. That's a simple thing. We had a DM that threw a Hydra at us, but it was a rust monster Hydra. So not only did the heads respawn, but it could basically use its ability to wither your weapons and armor away. It was awesome. It was really tough, and we ran because we were smart that day. Custom monsters are great to swap up encounters and the occasional battle map with dangers or events to make the players think on the fly. Yes, I completely agree. The issue with like a game like 5e is there's not a lot of movement in battle. They move up. Once they're within 5 feet of the monster, they don't move. And the same thing from the monsters usually in 5e. It's just, okay. So like, if you have encounter effects, they don't usually impact it unless they're triggered like by time or something else. That's the issue there. Andrew says, thanks, no problem. If I'm being honest, Andrew, I haven't used stat blocks in forever. I usually just think of a cool idea, describe it, and let them attack it until I feel satisfied. There you go. That's another way you could do it. But then it doesn't matter. That's literally like, it doesn't matter how much damage is being done and stuff. You're just kind of winging it. And that's kind of crummy. Do you tell your players that? Like, do they know that you just eventually just decide combat's done? I don't think I could do that. At least if it's written down, I can blame the stat block or the stats I've made, rather than like, yeah, well, I was just being a dick and didn't think that you dealt enough damage for me to decide it was dead. Likewise, I'd like to see branching class feature options in 5e, and in fact, more class features overall. I feel that subclasses in 5e usually don't do enough to really flavor the subclass. Yeah, so actually, I think it would be cool if maybe you had specific feats under the subclasses, or not feats. Let's get rid of the word feats because that's a dirty word, right? But rather than just, oh, I chose this subclass, now I automatically get this at third level and I get this at fifth level. Give you a couple choices that are in line with each other. Not like, oh, well, this one's an exploration choice, but this one here does damage. Like maybe you do all the exploration type things right there. Like rather than, I don't know if a ranger can do it, I don't remember, but rather than a ranger being able to forage for all the food and all the water that you need, maybe they get to choose whether it's water or food at that level. And even in future levels, when they get the choices, they can always go back and choose the other one. But they can't choose anything above the level. That would be kind of cool. Nope, they're in the dark. Oh, okay, well, keep them in the dark, because that would ruin it for me if I knew that you just winged it. I had a game like that where I noticed the DM wasn't recording damage and called him out on it. We quickly found out it was a mechanic of the monster he created. I mean, that's fine. The Goblin H. I think created it as a custom 5e monster called the Corpse Puppet. There is a Corpse Collector or something like that. Takes the 37th hit in a row, taking a total of 157 hit points of damage. Chance's party is dead. Is it dead yet? Nope. I certainly subscribe to the Lazy DM. I'm a fan of the Lazy DM. Sly Flourish is great. Corpse Puppet sounds like a cool death metal band name. Actually, that does. Corpse Puppet sounds like a good YouTube name. Like if someone wanted to, Chance is going to do this. It's going to be like Corpse Puppet, Chance's Guide to Metal Music. That'd be great. Every once in a while, I'll say something like, you sense the creature is becoming overwhelmed, or that strike seems to affect the creature more than the others. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have things I say sometimes, like it's bloodied if it's lost half its hit points. Typically, that's when I start, like if it's a creature with blood, I'll start saying, yeah, blood starts to run down. Like you can see it's gushing blood. Gushing blood typically means it's like close to dead. So I do stuff like that. I probably need to get a thesaurus and mix it up a little because I feel like I say the same things. And that might get a little boring for some players, but I don't know. I don't know. Man, this has been a good stream. I've enjoyed chatting. My next 5e game will be an all-goblin party seeking treasure and culinary delights. Oh. That sounds fun. I think it would be a lot of fun to play, like, all one race. So I had a game, before we moved back to this side of the state, we were trying to start a new campaign. We had an all-elven party. And because they all chose the same race in 5e, I gave them all a feat at first level. When I have a group that works together to create a cohesive party from like level 1, I do try to reward that. So I gave them all a feat at level 1 just because. And we were actually going to do Tales from the Yawning Portal, the Sunless Citadel to start off our campaign. And we only played like a session or two, unfortunately, because things changed and we moved. But I was really excited about that campaign. First time ever I had a group that all wanted to be the same race. And there was only one person who was entertaining a different race, and I said, well, if you choose an elf, I'll reward everyone with a feat. And he's like, oh, okay. So that's what we did. Corpse Puppet is a summoning earth jutsu created by Koro for the sole purposes to house souls. Okay. I don't know what that means. I love themed games like that. Yeah, themed games are the best. Like, that goblin idea is great. I mean, obviously, that's not like a new concept, but that's still cool. I like it. Follow that up with some random doodling behind the DM screen, and it's perfect. I also do random dice rolls and ask for random checks to build up some suspense. I do random dice rolls, too. And I do ask for random checks occasionally. The problem is when somebody rolls a nat 20 or a crit fail, you kind of need to come up with something, whether you had something or not. At that point, you kind of should have something going on. It's easy when it's a 1. Ooh, excuse me. It's easy when they roll a crit fail because then you just basically take one of their mundane items away. The only good goblin is a dead goblin. Now let's make this goblins good. Goblin Slayer abridged. Oh yeah, random dice rolls that go nowhere are great for the overly perceptive player, and they're naturally high passive perception. So my experience is playing with old school players usually. Not necessarily roll stats. I don't know if he's ever called me out on it. But I've had other old school DMs play in my games, and old school players. And when you roll it, they notice. And they're like, what was that? Okay, guys, did you see he just rolled? Like, they'll be mid-conversation, you'll roll. They'll be like, hey, guys, the DM's rolling. That means something's going on. Love it. They're so paranoid. Old school players are paranoid. It's fantastic. It's one of the best. Roll Stats says, yeah, I do that too. I am notorious for that. It keeps the party on their toes. 100%. D-Dub says, I could die happy if I had a game play out like 8-bit theater. Chance says, no, all you got to say is, interesting. And make some more doodles. That is pretty wonderful. I love it. Okay, whatever. Texts, At least for D&D 5e, the DMG suggests having you roll for players when they haven't actively asked to check on something. So you could be bluffing it off as something for them. So yes, I like that. 5e does that. Pathfinder 2e has what they call secret checks. So certain things the DM is supposed to always roll for the players. And I kind of like that as well. But I've always done that in my 5e games too. There's been quite a few times where I've been like, hey, what's your perception score? Okay. What's your stealth score? And then I roll it. So I used to have a sheet that I'd fill out that had all the players' proficiencies and their attributes, and I used to do the same thing. So I used to just use that rather than ask my players. But I stopped doing that. Roll behind the screen, then slowly look up with a worried expression. I'm sorry. I see that I'm surrounded by fellow cruel DMs, and I love it. I'm currently running Pathfinder Adventure Path on Roll20, and I asked one of my players to make a reflex save upon opening a desk drawer. I then informed them that nothing actually happened, just paranoia. So I like that too. Open the drawer, roll a dex save. Yeah, the creaking of it just scared you. That's it. It just made you jump. I kind of like that idea. I could see myself doing that. Lose the screen and start rolling publicly. It changes the feel completely. It's amazing. So I've tried it before. I don't like not using a screen. And it has nothing to do with the rolls. It's just I like having the screen. I feel like the screen makes me feel like the authority at the table. And in fact, so I actually have, when I run games, I actually use a screen, even for online. So I've got my Pathfinder screen out still from from Friday. But I'll pull out my DM screen and put it out when I'm running D&D too, even online. And the players don't see that, So the best is when you crit multiple times attacking your players. That's the best. So Or don't say anything. Just hand them the PHP and a new character sheet. You've never done that. There's no way. There's no way you've ever rolled behind a screen and just said, "Oh, sorry," and then handed them the PHP and a character sheet. I would put money on that never happening. Pretty much gets a chuckle out of the players every time. I'd be a cruel DM, but I feel bad being cruel. Then you're not a cruel DM. I don't need a screen to be the authority at the table. That just happens naturally. I mean, I believe that. Yeah, I don't know. It's like the DM gets the screen. That's all. Like I'm a fan of the screen. And I've done public rolls. In fact, when we started Descent into Avernus, my dice tray was so it's this one. It's got the two sides. And I would put it in this. And so I had it like this. However, it was like this. So the players were straight ahead. They could see it. And I put this right here. And I just dropped them in there. And if I really wanted it hidden, I'd put it on my side. But otherwise, I did it on that side too. At least I think that was Descent into Avernus. It may have been a different campaign. But yeah. So that's what I do for most in-person games. I'll put this off to the side. Usually on my right because I'm right-handed. And off to the right by quite a bit. And that way I can see both sides. And then I'll roll it. And usually most of the players can see it. So it's not a big deal. I'm not technically trying to hide rolls. But I think sometimes not knowing the roll as a player is more suspenseful, personally. It feels scarier. It feels more lethal, I think, when a player doesn't know. But I've played as a player. I've had DMs that did both, and as a DM, I've done both. Andrew says I've done public rolls before, and when crits happen, oof. But I prefer the screen to fudge when I need to. So I don't fudge anymore. I haven't fudged a die roll in about 5 years. I used to feel bad. So I talked about this last night with the patrons. I used to feel bad about killing characters. I don't know why. I think it's because I had seen so many people get mad about their character dying that I felt like it was something I wanted to avoid at my games. And when I let go of caring about that and actually embraced dying, it took me dying in campaigns online to realize it's not that big a deal. And it's kind of fun making a new character. And so 5 years ago, I removed that. I'm just like, no, I'm no longer going to fudge rolls at all. I have not fudged anything since. And I can happily say I will never do it again, ever. I've always had it in my mind that if a player really didn't want their character to die, this has never happened yet though, that maybe their character can still be brought back. Maybe the players can go into hell or limbo and bring them back. So because it's typically a fantasy game, death is 99.9% final, but it doesn't have to be. So that's kind of how I look at it now. But when I kill a character now, I used to get like this nervous, like, ha ha ha, like feeling. I still get that, except now I think it's great. Like I laugh. I think it's hilarious. In fact, last night when I was talking about it in our patron chat, I was even just talking about it, getting that giddy, like, oh, someone died feeling. You guys could see it in the Beckme game when Draven was fighting the dire wolf. Like, I got that giddy feeling, like I was running the session and about to kill a character. I was loving it. So, again, don't fudge your dice rolls. If anything, just don't do it. You know? How did I die? Quickly and quietly. Chance says, you watch in horror as your party member keels over, clinging to their heart. Shadowy hands reach towards them and pull them into the shadows. Would you like to follow them into the black abyss? I'd be more inclined to fudge in favor of newer players or to help the story in that moment. Don't do it for newer players. Newer players need to feel death. Like, you're kind of... So in my opinion, you can do what you want, honestly. Your table, your rules. But I feel like when you have a new player, you're shaping their idea of what a game's going to be. If there is no death and they catch on to that, then you're doing a disservice to them. Especially since they're going to play at a different table and possibly be killed. It's going to feel more lethal and stuff like that. But I think you want to leave that in there. Personally, that's just my opinion, though. Have the player make a new temp player for the rescue. Exactly, 100%. Bing, bing, bing. That's what we would do. Give them an NPC or something to control, and let them run wild, and help. Maybe it's the guide to finding the person in limbo. I fudge only 10% of the time if I feel my rolls are going horrible and making a boring encounter, or if players are missing way too much time. So you go both ways. You will like spice it up and make it hit. Do you like track your players' hit points when you're doing all this too? Roll Stats says, if you gaze long enough into an abyss, the abyss will gaze back. Ooh. Or grab you with shadow hands. Misleading expectations. Yeah, exactly. Agreed, Juice. Well, thank you. The funny thing is, I think the player perception is that DMs fudge dice rolls against them. But in reality, every DM that I know that fudges dice rolls does so in favor of the players. So when I fudged dice rolls, I did both. So I had it was my friend Dustin. He doesn't know this. If he ever watches this, he'll know. But back then, I remember he made a character that was pretty hard to hit, pretty hard to hurt, and he was kind of talking a bunch of smack, and I made sure that I crit him, even though I really didn't roll the die that high. So I have gone against my players with it too. But again, it's not something I do now. I would never do it now. I want to say that was back in 2015. That was not a streamed game. So yeah. In fact, I don't think I've ever fudged a roll on stream. I will. So here's the other thing I will do though. If I messed up and maybe did something wrong or differently, I will retcon something in the moment, but only if I did something wrong. That's as close as I'll get to, I think, fudging anything. But again, that's usually because I did something wrong. So it's not really fudging. But it does change a lot of actions sometimes if you have to go back a couple, like a turn, and redo some things because you messed it up. Elia says, fudging is a bit of a hot topic. I have heard a lot of back and forth on it. I think at the end of the day, you have to set expectations about what kind of DM you are for your players. I know whether you fudge dice rolls or not, I don't think you should tell your players. Not that if you don't do it, but if you do fudge your dice rolls, I don't think you should ever tell your players, is I guess what I'm getting at. Because it removes even the reasoning for rolling dice for some people. They're like, well, then why are we even rolling dice? We should just play Fate and improv, or we should play a diceless game at that point. Andrew says I do both as well. Less now that my players are over level 10. Prior to that, I was still getting my footing in encounter building and such and learning my players' PCs. Prior to level 10, I would fudge for or against my monsters and players 10% of the time to keep encounters interesting. Yeah, I think there's far better ways to make encounters interesting. And introduce a timer where something catastrophic happens. Like on round 3, reinforcements show up and start like raining alchemist fire. That would be way more interesting than a number on a die roll, personally. Or maybe the ground falls out from below them and they fall into a sinkhole. And whoever was in 30 feet of the big bad is going to fall and take 3d6 falling damage. That's way more interesting. If they're within 10 feet of the monster, they don't get a save. If they were about 20 to 30 feet out, they get a saving throw. You know, like incorporate things like that, and it'll be far more interesting, far more memorable than what you rolled on a die. One instance, I had a player rolling Firebolt and constantly missing for 4 or 5 turns in a row. Finally, I let the last attack through that was 1 point off. I certainly don't tell them if I do. I used to have a DM who would fudge dice rolls in favor of his girlfriend who was playing with us. That same DM rolled 3 crits against my 23 AC Warforged. After that, I swore to never fudge. Yeah, that sounds awful. Me personally, I avoid fudging if at all possible, but I have done it if I feel that, for example, an encounter is just unfair or absurd. But lately I am getting better at balancing or altering. So again, I don't think the interest in combat comes from the balance of the encounter. I think interest is going to, like what Roll Stats said before, it's the role play. You can make things lethal without changing a monster at all. Again, environmental effects, maybe you tweak an ability of one of the creatures in the combat. Maybe you have a way to negate one of the player characters. If you have a wizard who's casting fireball all the time, throw in something with resistance to fire. Changes the whole dynamic, Almost any problem you are having with an encounter can be solved narratively. 100% agree. I don't like to fudge dice rolls because even as a DM, I like to be surprised by the outcomes as well. Me too. My favorite thing these days, and this is, I think, why I don't like modules as much. I like to see where the players take the game. Whether the dice rolls lead to it, whether it's quick thinking on my part or a player's part. I love it when a player adds to the setting a little bit, like, oh yeah, my cousin over in this town, blah, blah, blah. Now you have an NPC there that matters, right? It's not something I would have came up with. And based on what they say, I might come up with like a little adventure hook too, Favoritism fudging just isn't cool. So I found out, I knew when we were playing the green special edition advanced D&D books, I knew when we played that a few years ago that our DM was fudging because there were just too many close calls. Nobody ever died, even at low levels when we did some stuff that probably should have got us killed. And so I knew he was fudging rolls then. And he also had an NPC that we had paid. We didn't have a rogue, so we paid a rogue to come with us. And so when things were getting tough, all of a sudden that NPC after 3 turns would do his sneak attack backstab, and we would be out of the battle. So, yeah. And because I knew it, it kind of took me out of it. And then on top of that, I told him and that couple of those people that I don't fudge dice rolls. I won't fudge dice rolls. When I ran a game for them later on, I said, if the numbers are higher than the HP you have, you will be dead. Like, that's just how I am. And he was surprised to hear that. He's like, you have to fudge. And I said, no, never. So, yup. In fact, him doing it probably is a big reason why I don't as well. In the Sunday live stream, I spoke about having a load of were-rats instead of fudging. I just had a few were-rats run off to alert and take them out of the encounter. So that is an example, like if you as a DM, so if you have an encounter that you make unavoidable, the players can't run from it, and you realize that, like maybe you've pinned the players in because of, how you set it up, and you also threw in too many creatures that are too powerful, maybe then I would do what you're talking about. Maybe then I would have some run to get more reinforcements. Other than that, I would not do that. Or if I planned it, if I really planned it that a couple of them would run off and do the alert, but usually it's only one character running off to alert in the way I run things. Because I think as a player, again, you can tell if a DM's taken too many creatures out of the fight. You can tell they're fudging the encounter. They're throwing the encounter in your favor. It's like a boxer who throws a fight to lose. You can tell when it happens. I do have an NPC imp named Pookie. I give to characters for the first 3 levels. He acts as a Deus Ex Machina. It's my version of a tutorial. Oh, that's cool. I like the idea of doing like a little tutorial with players. Especially if it's a new system that they've never played. But I have nothing like that built into my games. I do welcome players hiring out roles that they don't have in their party. I think bringing a cleric or a rogue or a wizard or a fighter, like if you don't have a tank, I think that's cool. I will make the players control it though. I don't want any control over the NPC in combat. I'll control the role play stuff, but in combat, I don't want to control it. You can see it in our Descent game too. We've got Rhea Mantlehorn or something like that. She is an NPC that's with the party, and I will control her role play, but I let everyone else decide who's going to control her in combat. So, that might happen in Tyranny and Dragons too if they pick up any NPCs. I would let one of the players control them. I read somewhere that most NPCs won't or shouldn't fight to the death. When they're close to death or seeing they're losing the battle, it would be conceivable for them to escape in some fashion. Well, yeah, I think in real you gotta apply logic to characters with a moderate intelligence or wisdom. Like, if their wisdom and intelligence is like a 3, then it's not very high. But if it's higher, then they're going to be smarter about trying to live. They're going to know real quick if odds are against them or not. If they're against them, they should probably run or find a way out of the encounter. But if it feels like it's an evenly matched thing, or there's hatred there, like there's emotion there, maybe you can overlook the intelligence and wisdom. So I've talked about this before. Andrew, this book, you need to buy it. There's another one that's for adventurers, for player characters to use smart tactics. But this book will tell you everything you probably need to know as it pertains to that. It talks about tactics of creatures based on their stat blocks and their abilities, how they should probably act in combat. It also talks about, fleeing. Like, when should such and such creature flee and why? A lot of times it looks at, again, their attributes, like their intelligence, their wisdom. It looks at their abilities. It looks at the lore of the creature as well. So there's some really good stuff in here. And each little section is about a different creature from the monster manual of 5e. There's a blog out there with all this on it. You can look that up as well. So just Google "The Monsters Know What They're Doing," and you could probably even read some examples. But I can say this has helped me with certain things too. Like, I know if I'm prepping an encounter with a certain monster, I will go to this book and look at it and read it up, like the 2 pages about it, and come up with some really good ideas. Some of the stuff that I loved in there was the Sahagwin, reading up on them, the Bullywugs, goblins, like just basic monsters. And there were things that I had like thought of doing before, but that goes really in depth, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's exactly how those should act. So again, check that out. Rollstat says there's a standing rule in all of Juce's games: all cats must die. Note to self: never play a tabaxi in one of Juce's games. Oh no. Yes, that pretty much, at least in the Tyranny game. Andrew, I'd hope that would be common sense that most living things have a sense of self-preservation. Yeah, I think things should. All things. If you ever watch like Animal Planet or National Geographic or whatever, where they have like the lions eating an elephant and hyenas come up. Hyenas don't try to fight lions. They're smarter than that. Even though a lot of times they have the lions outnumbered, they stay the hell away. They'll get close enough to try and get some food, but they won't fight the lions. They're not going to fight to the death. I don't know a lot of animals that'll ever fight to the death. Even to save like their young or whatever, they won't fight to the death. They'll basically like try to help, but they don't normally fight to the death. Again, that's why like people are a little different. Like, I feel like we have this sense of sacrifice yourself for the greater good in some instances, and we do some dumb stuff because of that. But at the same time, it's admirable to some people as well. So it just depends on your outlook. Roll stats. I grew up playing BX, which had a morale mechanic baked into it. I've never understood this fight to the death concept. It seems ridiculous to me. Why would a sentient creature not run? 100% they would run. But when I'm running games, I just don't usually get messed up with it. I'm just like, yeah, whatever. But you're right. If you want it more realistic, they should usually try to run. And I think I do that a lot with humans. I don't do it a lot with my creatures. Shannon says, I think 2E has a table on this. Probably does. Chance says, I agree. I actually disagree with Juce about controlling NPCs. I make a point of controlling NPCs in accordance with their combat experience, squires versus knights. Oh, so you would control the NPCs instead? In combat? Instead of letting you... So the reason I don't want to control the NPCs is I don't want it to... And this is because I've played with DMs who've done it. I don't want it to feel like I'm saving the day with an NPC. I hate GM NPCs in combat. Hate it. Played in some games before where we had a GM NPC that was basically a paladin that could fly. He swooped in, healed the person that was about to die, and then delivered the final blow. That was not cool. It took away any coolness that any of the players could have had. Again, with the rogue example from the old advanced D&D, anytime it felt like an encounter was probably too hard, that NPC came around and all of a sudden miraculously did the backstab. And again, took away any glory for any of the players. And so then it's basically the DM determining the outcome on their own. And that's why I don't do it. So that's all. Yeah, I think I've heard of this one before. I'll take a look at it. It's a great book. You won't regret it. I promise you. And it's not like a book you have to read cover to cover. You can just read about the specific monsters you're going to use, and you'll take a lot of it. I still plan on reading it cover to cover. I'm not even halfway in because I just haven't read it a lot in the last 10 months. I got it last year for Christmas. Humans are not as bright as animals. I would say they're probably smarter than animals, but, we have other influences. But yes, animals are awesome. I love my dog. I would not say my dog is smarter than anyone in the house, though. I got stuck in a trope of all encounters should finish when the last monster is dead. That was a few years ago. Luckily, things have changed and I've gotten better at DMing. At least I hope. I think that's all of our goal, right? Is to just get better. There are things I'm constantly critiquing myself. Every single game I run, every single one, the night of the game afterwards, I can't sleep. I go over all the different things where the things I improv'd. I go over how I planned certain things, things that went as I expected, things that didn't. I'm in my own head the night I run a game. That's why I'm usually up 3-4 hours after a game, and my next day I'm useless. Roll Stats says, Shannon, all animals are equal, but some animals are more equal than others. D-Dubs, roll that poor horse. Chance says, yep, they're NPCs for a reason, kinda in the name. I find a lot of DMs are just bad at using them and create them more like players. So I usually just pull out a stat block. If it's a mercenary, it's probably a veteran stat block or something, or just a bandit stat block out of the guide. I might change a weapon. I don't put any thought into the actual stats of them usually. But yeah, I just don't want to control it. Again, I don't feel like controlling another character in combat is helpful, and I think letting the players use it also allows them to be a little more engaged. So I try to mix it up so it's not the same person always doing it. So for example, we had in Descent into Avernus, I had Jake controlling Rhea. He had volunteered. And I've had Luke control an NPC before. And now Paula is controlling Rhea. So I've mixed it up. But that's just me. Poor boxer. DM Sammy, I often utilize DM PCs. I find them useful for story points. I've played as a DM PC for most of my DMing career. So, Sammy, you're younger. why do you like doing that? So I'm assuming you put your own character in with the party so that you can deliver story hooks for your group. Is that why? To help like steer them within the story? Chance says, yep, they shouldn't be all that different than the monsters in the area. Yeah, they're always less, well, not always. Usually they're less powerful. Yeah, I will never do a DMPC. I've never had a good experience with them. Never. Every time a DM has used it and I'm a player, I feel like they take spotlight way too much. It's become all about them. Very early in my DMing career, I ran Heroes Unlimited, and I used to not quite do the same thing. So I would make an NPC that was either just a normal human surrounded by superpowered people, or he was like a mechanic gadgeteer kind of person. It was like my go-to, where like maybe they worked on the car that the heroes drove, or they worked on the headquarters. Basically the Alfred to their Batman. That was what I did because I felt like I needed it there to, again, deliver the hook sometimes to players. And that is not something, again, I do anymore. If I ran a Heroes game right now, I would not do that. Letting players control hired help is a fantastic idea. It makes a lot of sense. Thanks for that. Hey, no problem. Again, that's what I prefer. And even as a player, I don't want the DM controlling NPCs in combat. I would rather the DM give us, the players, the option so that we can use it within the strategy of our group a little better, rather than just it doing what the DM wants it to do. Or not doing anything that turn, because that seems to happen sometimes too. Yes, but so the problem I have with DMPCs is they get involved in things that normal NPCs don't. Like, they are one of the heroes as well. And I think there's bias. I think everybody naturally has a bias, whether they want to admit it or not. You can be pretty close to unbiased, but I think there's still a subconscious bias. And so you might do something with your DMPC that another player was either going to do, or that prevents something really cool, like figuring something out by your players. So again, if I were you, and this is coming from me, other experienced DMs here, get rid of the DMPC. It's a crutch. You're using it to make you more comfortable in a game, but I think you should get rid of it and just rely on your players more. Your players will figure it out. That's the beauty of role-playing games. I play only with my brother these days, and we always use a DMPC, but more as a side character than a lead one. Yeah, I mean, again, I've had that happen. I've had clerics that traveled with the party before and mostly just healed them, but again, I don't think it's necessary. Without a DMPC, we find there is not enough going on to play with just 2 people total. So why don't you just give the player more characters to control? So with my wife, when we played first edition Pathfinder, she wanted to make an Oracle. And that's a squishy class. And so what we decided is she would also control an Oread Barbarian. And that served as her tank. And I role-played the Oread, but she controlled both of those in combat. And we had a blast. It was a good time. I find that an NPC can accomplish anything a DMPC can do in regards to plot hooks, info, etc. Yeah, I agree. Again, this is an issue that can be solved narratively. Completely agree. Having any of your town NPCs give the hook is perfectly acceptable. The difference that you're going to experience, Sammy, is rather than the DMPC being with the party all the time, they're now going to have to socialize with other NPCs. Maybe it's in the tavern if you're running a fantasy game, or the bar if it's a modern day game, or whatever. But they're going to get their actual hooks still. Pocket Pear says, I agree with that. Roll stats for my group of 2. We do it so we can have actual party interaction. I think you can still do that, but I would let him control the 2 characters in combat. When we play with more people, we don't use a DMPC, though. Yeah, I think that's the way to go. Chance says, it's a little tricky when dealing with small groups. I find an organization similar to a guild or a secret guiding force, patron, shady NPC, etc. can work just as well. Yes, I agree with that too. So that's kind of what I did with like my superheroes games in the past. They would be part of like a group. Think X-Men, but Professor Xavier would be like my GM PC. He wouldn't necessarily go on missions, but he would like do stuff at the base. Or, Alfred, if you're talking about like Batman, he'd be doing stuff at the base, and but that would, to me, is not really a GM PC. It was more of still an NPC, but it was just an NPC that was part of the group, right? And even that I don't do anymore. Like I said, I like my players having to figure it out with like just a couple extra steps. DM saying multiple characters are often difficult. Some people get a little bit power hungry. Because they're controlling more than one character? Well, if you've got a group that's more than one other player, I don't think you have to worry about that, personally. The player could control an extra character, which would be fun for combat, but we like to actually be able to each have a character so there's more social. So yeah, I would still control the one socially. That's how I do it. I will still control the NPC socially for the reasons you mentioned, but I don't control them in combat. That can work, Chance. For a typical group of 4 to 6, I don't think a DM PC should be used at all. Personally, at best, maybe a guest star that shows up to help from time to time. 100% agree. Completely agree with that. Like having a one-off, like needing a guide for something story-wise or narratively is cool. I've done it where I have an NPC that's literally a commoner. A commoner's not getting involved in combat. They're hiding. I'm not going to give control of that character to the players. But or hostages, I don't give control of them to the players. I will have them hide while the combat's going. So again, that's just a little different. I'm curious, Juice, what is your ideal party size player count? I ask for a specific reason. So I do not like huge groups. I like to keep it around 4 players. 4 is ideal. I like 3. I don't like 1 or 2. I think that's just not very many. I'll do like combat simulations with 1 or 2, but I don't like to really get into a game with 1 or 2 players. I'd rather do something else. I'll play with 4 is ideal. 5 is good too. If you're playing a crunchier system, I'll top out at 5. I could probably do up to 6 players for a 5e game as a DM. I just find the more players you have, there's less time with each player. And I run shorter sessions. I like to run 2 to 3 hours. I don't like to go over 3 hours for online because I feel like I get a little bit burnt out. I start to lose my attention span a little bit. Whereas in person, I can run longer sessions. But online, I don't. And most of my gaming's online these days. So 4 is ideal for me. Sammy says, I've experienced a lot of difficult players over the past year, especially over the internet games. Trolls are everywhere. So online, I am the opposite. I have not had a lot of difficult players. Online games have typically been wonderful. In-person games, I've had a couple difficult players, but nothing too bad. Having a player... So maybe you need to vet your players and find out their styles more before running online games too, rather than just taking first come, first serve. Maybe it's like you need to be clear up front with your expectations of a game, and if anyone's interested, then let them play. Having the player control the DMPC in combat is an interesting idea too. Yeah, that's what I do. Chance says, Crank respects the commoner. Self-preservation above all. That's how it should be, man. Well, Stat says 5 is ideal for me. I'll do 6, maybe 7, depending on the group, but no more than that. Yeah, so when I ran Adventurers League, it was just too many people. And even though 5e is simple, it just felt like to get around the table through everybody, it just took too long. And I don't know if I have ADHD or not, but it's too slow for me. I don't like it. I play with Chew mainly because it's very easy to schedule with someone you live with. I think 3 to 4 players would be the best if the group is actually role playing. Yeah, so again, I'm very clear with what my expectations are for scheduling. That's something I've gotten better at. Rather than just say, yeah, we'll play again next month, I try to have a steady schedule. So all of my campaigns, all my Saturday games are every fourth Saturday, no matter what, except for holidays. If people cancel, that's fine, whatever. We'll figure it out based on that. But I've found doing that and sending out the Google Calendar with like the invite for the next 3-4 months, all of them seems to work, and everyone pretty much shows up. For my Friday Pathfinder game, we play every other Friday. Beckme is every other Tuesday, and scheduling has not been a problem. Pulp Cthulhu, we play every Thursday, except for holidays, obviously. And it's scheduling has been easier than it's ever been. And it took me a long time. Like, I've always tried to do this in the past, did not really get it down until this past year. And now I've missed one session, maybe 2 sessions this year. Well, Descent was one. I think we may have missed 1 or 2 Tyranny of Dragons sessions for some reason or another. I don't remember. Haven't missed a Beckme session yet. Haven't missed a Pulp Cthulhu session yet. We've got good scheduling right now. So, Sammy says, I like long sessions. How long do you like to run a session for, Sammy? We're on the same page there then. 5 is my absolute max. 3 is my minimum. A large group of players makes the game less personal, in my opinion. It is harder to tie everybody in. You do sometimes find in the larger groups, at least from what I've seen, is a couple people kind of hog certain roles. Like you kind of then have one person who's always the talker, it seems like. But yeah, it is what it is. It's okay. Man, starting to get that sore. So when I do these streams, I get a sore throat. Especially once I hit that 2-hour mark. Oh my gosh. Alia says we're on the same. Oh, I read that. Chant says DM Sammy, anonymous internet games can be rough. When COVID ends, you should check our Adventures League. I find it to be much easier. There you go. You're right there. Chant says, as long as every player knows what they are doing, I don't really have a limit. During my Adventures League days, it wasn't uncommon for the DM, self-included, to run several games at once. What do you mean several games at once? Like at the exact same time? Like, I don't understand what that means. When I ran Adventures League, we got up to, I think we had 10 people the final time I ran. And it like started really blowing up, and then I quit running. And the next week or 2 weeks later, I went as a player just to see how it was going. And Jake from Mini Terrain Domain had come up there, and he was running one table of like 12, and then another guy was running a table of like 8 or 9. And they split it between a role-playing table and a hack and slash table. And that was the other reason I left, because I had the mixture of the two. And trying to appease both was near impossible. There was tensions were rising because we had one group that would want to hack and slash everything. We had this one girl in particular who wanted to talk through everything and not handle it with combat. And apparently the week after I left, they got into a fight, and so they decided they needed to split the table. So that worked pretty well. Glenn Miller, welcome, buddy. Says, hey, West Coast. I'm in the East Coast. Well, I'm in the Great Lakes region. I'm in Michigan, where it's cold. Rollstat says, Ale intrigues me. I might like to try it, but I've heard so many horror stories. What has your experience been like? Do you suggest it? Chance says, yep, we'd sit between 2 tables and run both tables. Each had... I can't imagine trying to do that. I would never try to do that. Screw that. So, Bill, you're asking about Adventures League. So my introduction to 5e in the playtest was at an Adventures League group. That was my friend Brian. He has the Bugbears and Brews YouTube channel. He doesn't do a lot of videos there. The last videos I saw him doing were about brewing different like meads and things like that. His table for Adventures League though was mostly the same group. Oh, thanks, dude. I appreciate that. Thanks for the $5, Glenn. Have a ho-ho on me. You like those chocolate ho-hos? Those are delicious. So when I met him, I met him because of a coworker, an engineer I knew who was going there, and he's like, "Yeah, you should come up." So I did, and we started playing the D&D Next playtest, and that was my first time meeting him. And he would bring his daughter to play, stepdaughter. She was like 13 at the time, and then there were like 8 other guys who would play, and it was almost the same guys every time. And there were a couple other tables that ran it more like your typical Adventures League. But he didn't run it strict to the rules or anything like that. He would run it in a way that he wanted to. He'd take liberties and things like that. And I think because he also had the same group over and over again, we had some different personalities. We had your hack and slashers. We had your role players. We had an engineer. We had, pizza delivery guy playing. We had a 13-year-old or whatever playing with us. Like, it was a diverse group of players, but the games were awesome. There was a kid who played with us who played a rogue. He had some kind of handicap, and I loved how accepting and inclusive the group was for him. He would do things that were if it was a normal player, you'd be like, "Oh, it's dumb," but being the cool DM he was, and even the players as a group, we went with it, and it always was fun. There were tavern brawls, where we had role play sessions, and then there'd be a tavern brawl, and the dwarf would get thrown across the room by the half orc. Like, it was fun stuff. It was not the stereotypical Adventures League. Whereas when I ran Adventures League over here, it started off as your typical thing, and we had some good role play and things like that. But it did fall into the hack and slash group. Everything just wants to be fought. They want XP. They want treasure. That was the feel it started out as with the players over here. I found that some of the people, like we had some people who were really cool, normal people. We got some people that were socially awkward and just wanted a specific style of play of literally fighting everything. I think you can have a good mix with Adventures League and still have fun, as long as everyone's respectful of each other. Again, a couple people weren't respectful of each other towards the end. I had run it for maybe 8 months, and towards the end there were 2 people in particular that weren't respectful to each other, and that's what was leading to my displeasure and later on the splitting of the tables. But the splitting of the tables went great, it sounds like. Chance says, "I love it. I always will. It's a great way of getting to understand the nitty-gritty of the game and challenge yourself." You think so? Interesting. I didn't feel like I learned anything really about the game. You do get some players who try to build OP things. So just like anything, I think it's going to depend. Tastes may vary, and one AL group to another is going to be different. I would suggest trying it, Bill, 100%. But I would not shape your experience from one experience. I would try with a couple different groups. Because again, if you can, like that first group, I still talk to all those guys online, actually, on Facebook. And I would happily play a game with them, whether it was AL or not, because there were some cool people. So my answer is yes, I would try it. But I had to share the full story to kind of explain. Pathfinder Society is the same thing. Like, most of the Pathfinder Society I've played, because as a player, that's all I think I've done for first edition was Pathfinder Society. I don't think I ever played not Pathfinder Society as a player. It felt less like a social gathering and just like sitting down to actually play the game. in most of those instances, but it was the same group I went to multiple times. And it just, yeah, there were a couple of people who were friends, but for the most part, there was not a ton of... It could have also been because I was looking to pick up players for a home game, but I never felt like I bonded with anybody at Society. But Pathfinder Society is huge over here. Like, it's actually a really good organization, the way they've set it up. And the dedication that the people running it have over here. Chance says, session length depends on the quality of the session. If it's all active roleplay, I can only go a few hours. If it's primarily combat or exposition, I can go for... Yeah, if it was combat, I could play all day. Like encounter after encounter, I could do that. If it's a lot of roleplay, I'm a shorter session probably for online. I've heard so many horror stories about ALPS, enough that I'm not likely to ever try it. See, that's unfortunate, because like I said, there's all the people sharing the horror stories. It's like they probably didn't go a bunch. They went a little bit. And if they had kept going, they probably would have found the more normal people like you who would want to try it, you know, and want a good experience too. Like, again, I had good experiences with it on the other side of the state. On this side of the state, not as much. So again, I just like any gaming group, I think it's dependent on who you're playing with and personalities and people, right? So, Shannon says, Bill, that's how Draven Swiftbow gathered the current Sunday crew of myself, Matt, and Jay. Oh, are you guys all from an old Adventurers League group? That's cool. That's really cool. So I actually brought the engineer from my one who got me to go play Adventures League. He's probably one of those people that's a little more socially awkward and isn't as roleplay heavy. But I brought him into our home game, and we played with him for a while. And then the DM from Adventures League, Brian was his name. We had him playing on our channel when I had Andre Martinez and one of my employees playing with us. And that was a ton of fun. Brian's awesome. Again, Bugbears and Brews, I don't know if they're doing videos anymore, but he's a cool guy. Really cool guy. Would love to play with him again. Actually, I think I did a one-shot online with him too, where he played. I should reach out to him. I'm so glad we had this talk, because now I'm going to reach out to him. I'm going to make a note. I was just talking about him the other day with Paula too, for some reason. Oh, because we were talking about Adventures in Middle-earth, the 5e supplement thing by Cubicle 7, I think. And we ended up... the only time I've played Adventures in Middle-earth was with him as a DM during Adventures League, during that slot. And it was a good time. Oh, that'd be cool if he's got availability to play a game. Maybe I'll see if he wants to jump in a game, one of our campaigns or something. Yeah, we started out with AL rules, but then diverted to just regular rules, less restrictive than... Yeah, see... I kind of wish when I was running Adventures League that I did that sooner as well. If we had the regulars show up, we would play more loose and play what I wanted to run, like my homebrew stuff. When we had noobs, people who were showing up for Adventures League, we played Adventures League rules and whatever the session was. So, yeah. It's... The horror stories, I think some of them are embellished. Like... I really do. I know there's a reason for them. They are out there. I've experienced the stuff in person, but I think you can find great groups. One of my experiences on the other side of the state is that, or my experience with it is that the people coming to play are mostly adults who work, who don't have like their old high school buddies to call up and play with. So you do get, especially for you, Bill, this might be good. You get old school gamers. You can find a lot of old school gamers at Adventures League. If you're near a college campus, I think you're going to find what I found over here, which was younger people that want to play a specific style of hack and slash and, Monty Hall. So yeah, again, the other side of the state, it was more than half the group was adults who were career oriented. Most don't have kids and they just want to hang out. And unfortunately, probably their friends probably have kids, so they weren't able to play. So I think you could find a good group, Bill, if you do some Adventures League. Especially if you make it known you're an old school gamer. Talk about some BECME or BX. I think you might find some people along those lines. If you walk in and they're all like under 25, no offense to any under 25-year-olds, but you might find that you don't want to play that, or sit down and give it a shot. But you might find that they're more the horror story type for you. So yeah, 100%. It's the location. So like on the other side of the state, I mean, I was close to 2 college campuses, but it didn't feel like a bunch of college kids came out because they had to drive there. Whereas when I ran it over here, you had certain college buildings within a couple blocks of walking. So it was a little bit different. So this will probably sound awful, but I don't really want to play with 13-year-olds. No, I think that's fine. So it was honestly fine because Brian does not run like... You would like Brian. And so in return, you would probably be fine playing with her. It wouldn't have ruined your game. It would have been no different than any games we've had. She actually role-played stuff a little bit, like in combat and things like that. She was playing actually, she played a barbarian, and she played it similar to how Pike is in our Tyranny of Dragons game. So you would actually not mind it if you can get past the fact of realizing she was 13. She was also a halfling. I think she was a halfling. I think she was. She didn't play all the time. She only played... When I saw her there, it was during the D&D Next playtest. The other reason I'm not inclined to try it is in no small part due to how rigid and restricted it is. So that's what I hated as a DM of it. It was very restrictive in how you had to do the rules and crap like that. I much prefer the laid-back feel of a good campaign with a few friends. I agree. I label myself as a Beer and Pretzels D&D player. I have way more fun with just more laid-back games. Shannon says, Bill, just have to move to Nova Scotia. Yeah. Chance says, where mine was, we had a huge age range. Some of the players were retired, and others were pre-teens. I low-key felt like I was running a daycare from time to time. None of my players, when I ran Adventures League, were under 18. So I didn't have to worry about that. And the only reason in the other game we had someone underage was because he was the DM's stepdaughter. She was, I mean. Canada's looking better and better all the time. I agree with that. I wouldn't mind living in Canada. I'm more of an Ontario, Canada kind of person, I bet, though. Don't feel too tempted. Yeah, Bill, you have to worry about that third world internet that Chance has. Alia says, I am lucky enough to have a consistent group of friends, and I will game with friends over ALPS anytime. Yeah, I mean, that's no matter what. I will game with friends over anyone else anytime, for sure. But I get why it'd be appealing if you don't have that luxury. So I didn't grow up with a group. I had a hard time in high school. So when I got into gaming, it was 97. I was 12 at the time. And I remember I would go to the pool in the summer. And my mom was, she'd work the pool. We lived in an apartment complex. She'd work the pool as like the chaperone or whatever, making sure that like all kids were with an adult, things like that. And if there was an emergency, then call 911 or whatever. Anyway, so when we lived there, my mom realized that her brother, my uncle's friend, was there. He was 26 at the time, and he brought his 3 soon-to-be stepdaughters to the pool occasionally. And then his wife started chaperoning at the pool also and became really good friends with my mom. Anyways, he started talking to me about role-playing games, about Rifts and Heroes Unlimited and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And I was already a wrestling fan, and he liked wrestling and all this stuff. And like I would house sit for them and feed their cats and things when they went on vacation. And he invited me to play Rifts and said, yeah, if I can find a friend, he'll run Rifts for me. Well, I wanted to run play Heroes Unlimited. He ran it for us. We moved not even the next year, so we only played a few times. And we stayed in the same town, but all three of us, me, the other player, and the game master, all moved. And when we moved, it ended the game. We never played again. In high school, I tried so hard to find friends that wanted to play. Nobody was interested in role-playing games. The time I finally found a group, it took a few years, because after not being able to find it for a while, you just kind of give up on trying. I did not find a D&D group until my senior year, and the problem is they had way too many people. So for years, I would create characters. That's all I did. And I would read up on how things worked, and if you do this in combat and whatever. That's all I did. And I tried to get into their D&D group. They had, I want to say it was 8 of them, brothers and sisters, but then they also had their significant others, so it was 13 of them. They played on an air hockey table. They played 3.5. I never got to play with them, was bummed. Still to this day, I'm bummed, because now some will comment on my D&D posts on Facebook. And again, I think if I would have found that, I would have had lifelong gaming friends. I didn't have that. So I would play in Palladium Books chat room on their website. I used to play in forums, play by post. I hated that. Only did that a few times, and I found that I liked reading people's games after they've been playing for a long period of time more than following an active one that had just started or playing in one, because it was just too slow paced. And so I don't know. It wasn't until I met Paula that I really was able to start getting some groups going. But then online really opened it up for me too. The bulk of my gaming has been the last 5 or 6 years, and I've really opened up what I'm willing to I'm willing to play any game now at least once. I used to think that I liked RPGs just for combat, and that is completely wrong. I learned that about 5 years ago. There's a lot of things I've learned about myself from just gaming so much in the last 5 or 6 years. So it's been great. Cameron, welcome, buddy. Roll Stats says, if I don't like it, I can always hit you up in Bora Bora or wherever it is you're going at Chance's D&D Spellbook. That is true. He's going to need to find games online. It's Bali, I think he's trying to go to, though. Cameron says, hello again. My phone died. If you said hi, I missed it. Well, you didn't miss it this time because I said hi. Ilya, oh my goodness. That's a ton of people, LOL. What are we talking about? A ton of people. Juce, you have one of the most compelling villain backstories I've ever heard. What is my compelling villain backstory? What do you mean? I could never find a D&D group. Damn those gamers. Cameron says, I've tried play by post, ran into some weirdos. I'm glad I didn't judge the game by them, or I would have never played an actual game. Yeah. So my first experience playing a game, I had a lot of disappointment after it. So I wanted to play a superheroes game. And by the end of the very first session, we went to Rifts and we're in post-apocalyptic. And I felt like the rug had been pulled out from under me because I had made it very clear I did not want to play that. And that's what we played. And yeah. Ilya says, virtual tabletop has done amazing things for the hobby. So I don't even use a virtual tabletop. We just use Zoom and theater of the mind, no matter what game we're playing. I do sometimes incorporate little maps and stuff just so they get an idea for what the lay of the land is. But I don't use maps. I've almost used maps for certain encounters before, and at times I do wish that I used a virtual tabletop. But the setup for it and everything, and having to buy all the stuff, I'd rather use real miniatures. And I have tried to use, even Tyranny of Dragons I tried to use a top-down camera. I could do that with Dave's tactical tokens, and that would probably be really cool. In fact, maybe that will be something I do eventually, but I don't know. We'll see. Glenn says, take care there. Got to work tonight. Hey, Glenn, thanks for the donation, and have a wonderful night. And if we don't see you again before Christmas, I hope you have a wonderful Christmas, assuming you celebrate. Roll Stat says, play by post also intrigues me. I worry that it will just take too long to actually accomplish anything. Like, how does that work? So it's basically just that. You have to go on the message forum. So when we did play by post, it was on a message forum, and there was a rule. You had 24 hours to reply or lose your turn. So there was not a lot of combat in play by post, thankfully. If you did a lot of combat, it was modified to like, what do you want to do on the next 5 turns? Boom, boom, boom. And you'd say your next 5 actions, and then the DM would go through them with everyone. And you had to use a dice app that recorded your dice for the ones that we played. It was very tedious. And then waiting for people, because you would check that day. You'd be like, oh, well, I got to work. So I'm not going to have time to check it. I'll check it when I get home. It just became homework. So that was the thing that was terrible about that. One of the things that you could do, Roll Stats, if you're ever interested. So I know you don't like Discord. I know people use Discord Messenger. I've in the past offered up to like Lasagna Druid and DM Sammy and them. If they got a group going, I would set up a channel for them on Discord, and they could just use that. Just like you would like Facebook, a thread. So what you can do is you can set up a Discord server for just your campaign, because you can have multiple Discord servers that you run. And you can set up the different channels. Like you could say chapter 1, boom, and this is where they can do it. Any sidebar conversation or rules questions happen in the next channel down. You could have character creation stuff in another one. You can put dice bots on your Discord, all sorts of cool stuff there. Facebook, if you use a Facebook group, I've seen people do that before, and that literally the DM starts the threads. Players can't start new threads. They can just comment on them. You can do it that way. You can upload files into Facebook groups, and they stay in the files section. You can do a lot of cool stuff like that. You could organize it even more if you, as the DM, upload a photo as like, here's chapter 1. So say I did it with Tyranny of Dragons. It'd be Attack on Greenest as a photo, and then all the players could do the role play in the comments section underneath that. The cool thing about Facebook is people are usually on Facebook multiple times a day, and so it wouldn't feel as slow. You could also just use the chat function as well, like Messenger for it. And that would, so again, when I did play by chat on the Palladium Books chat rooms, we'd set up a time and we'd play a game for 3 hours. And I had a lot of fun with that. But I'll never do a play-by-post again, ever. Chance says, I'm just imagining you sitting in a dark room creating character sheet after character sheet, each time writing more aggressively. You check your phone. Sorry, Juice, too full. So I didn't have a cell phone at the time, because we're talking about late 90s, early 2000s, up till 2003. So I didn't get my first cell phone until 2003 after I graduated high school. And of course I bought it myself. And that is the whole reason I've decided my kids will buy their own cell phones as well. All their friends will have cell phones, so they'll be able to get a hold of us if they need to. Chance says, eventually the rage overwhelms you and your eyes turn red. You then become the super nat 1. Oh, that's fantastic. I like it. Interesting. I love maps, especially maps I make myself. So I guess it becomes part of the fun. It also helps me and my players be immersed and keep track of where things are and streamline dice rolls. So, you know what? I wonder if, because I created so many characters and so many builds for so long and went so many years without playing the game, I wonder if that shaped the way I look at role-playing games. Like earlier, we were talking about mechanics, and I like talking about builds. Like in game, the builds aren't what excites me, but outside a game, that's what I like talking about. One of the things. Whereas I don't talk about the role play as much outside of games, but in games, that's what intrigues me and makes me interested. I bet it all goes back to get the way things were and how I couldn't find groups, and I just built characters and tried different things and tinkered with character builds. And with Heroes Unlimited, there's so many things you can do. So yeah, that's interesting. I never thanks, Alia, for your post about maps. For some reason, that triggered that thought. So, is there a separate chapter for trash talking? LOL, I think it would lose the spontaneity. You could do it however you wanted. It would depend on your group and what you felt you wanted set up for the channels. Cameron says, play by post on Discord can be really fun. I ran a random session for someone in the Master of the Game Discord. It was really fun. I had an open roleplay channel that nobody used. We also have voice chat on Discord that people could use as well. Even on our Discord. So, but yeah, play by post can be fun if people are on the ball and it's flowing. But if you have a lot of busy people who can only do it like once a day and they don't think to check it, like you have people that just become ghost. You know, they just ghost out and you never see them again on play by post usually. That's the downside. Shannon, sounds like someone needs to make a D100 table for trash talks. I'm not making a D100 table for trash talking. Maybe a D20 table. Maybe we'll do that tonight on our mini painting. We've been doing that for a while now, where we make a little table and we make a PDF for our patrons. That's been a lot of fun. I feel like we've had some really cool things we've come up with. Some entries on some of the tables are a little weak, but for the most part, I think we've come up with some cool things. Afterwards, we upload the PDF to the patrons, but if you watch along, you can make your own tables with us too. So we do that every Wednesday, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We go till about 10, sometimes 10:30. So it's been a lot of fun though. And like I said, tonight we'll probably talk about Adventures in Middle-earth because we're watching the Hobbit and Lord of the Rings movies this week. We're going to try and get through all of them. Tonight, we're on the very first Lord of the Rings. We watched all 3 Hobbit movies in the last 3 nights. We've been up to like 1:30 every night watching these, though. It's been great. Absolutely great. And like the whole time, like I said, I've been looking forward to the Lord of the Rings movies the whole time. So many good memories of watching those in high school. Deadly says, my group does play by post only for in-between sessions, and that's a lot of fun. We don't progress the story within that, but mostly do character development. See, that's cool. I like that. There's an app called Fantasy Insult Generator. Oh, well, there you go. See, you don't need a table for it then. Random tables are the lifeblood of OSR games. I love tables. There's a book of tables that, gosh, I remember seeing it. I think I had the PDF at one point, and it was like just short tables, and it was like hundreds of pages, and each individual page had like 2 tables on it, and it's just every single page is nothing but tables, no explanations. It'd be like random weapons, random treasures, random book titles, food, tavern menu items, like all sorts of stuff like that in this book. And I had the PDF, and I always wanted to buy the physical book, and I never did. Oh, well, yeah, you set up that channel for us. I got really busy just after that. No problem, dude. I would happily set it up again if people started using it or wanted to use it. It's just it hadn't been used in months. So, just waiting for the Lord of the Rings TV show. Are they doing that? I thought I heard something about it on like Amazon or something. I don't have Amazon streaming. We just have Hulu and Netflix. I think that's all we have. Oh, and Disney Plus, of course. But now that The Mandalorian's done, you know, maybe we pass on that for a while. It sounds like they're going to jack the price up on Disney Plus here soon. I don't know. I heard someone talking about that recently. I really hope they don't. I mean, they're making a killing with it. You would think that they'd find other ways, like product placements inside of their shows and movies and stuff, rather than charging us. But oh well. Paula really wants to play a Lord of the Rings campaign or a Hobbit, like, you know, something in Middle Earth. I think it would be kind of cool to play a campaign that's after the ring's been destroyed, but still have Sauron in it. And maybe he's got some other plan to, you know, something. I don't know. I think that'd be a lot of fun. I like epic campaigns. I don't like small scale things. I like it when, obviously you start a campaign small, and that's fine. But I want to eventually be like saving the world. That's stuff I love. And I think that comes from my love of Final Fantasy. Because Final Fantasy VII was my favorite role playing game or favorite video game of all time. And I just love the epicness of that story. Even Dragon Age, the Dragon Age video games, it's funny too, because now I've played them all quite a few times. The origin story, you feel like this is world ending, right? Like when you're playing it, because they never show you the bigger scope of the world. It's really a regional thing you're dealing with for the most part. But it felt epic. And then the second game, this time you're restricted pretty much to a city. But again, it felt like if you didn't get things under control, it becomes this huge ordeal that could be life ending or world ending. And then the third one, because it opens up the world, you start off kind of small doing things, but then it feels more epic. That's the stuff I love playing, even for role-playing games. Like when we played the Provokers campaign, it felt that way. It felt like it started small, and it felt like it was becoming a world-ending event, and I loved that. They're going to have a group nudity scene in that Lord of the Rings TV show. They put out a casting call for extras who don't mind being nude. Shaking my head. It's going to be cringy, to say the least. Oh, maybe. Chance says, too many streaming platforms, such a scam. It's still cheaper than cable. Tabletop painting, it's going to be on Amazon. Yeah, that's what I thought. So I probably won't ever see it. Even though there's things on Amazon I'd like to see. Roll Stats says, maybe the world isn't worth saving. Just saying. Yeah, maybe not. But I always enjoy doing it. As long as it's built up well. Final Fantasy VII, I've been summoned. Best game ever made. Got to play the new threat mod. It's absolutely game-changing. So I haven't played the new one. I don't have a PS4 or whatever. I have an Xbox One, so I have not been able to play the new Final Fantasy VII. That style of campaign is iconic tabletop for me. Bread and butter. Yeah, like I get when you start off having to do little errands for the baker in town and, maybe go find a missing kid or something. Like I get that stuff in the first level or so. That makes sense. Then saving the town, then moving on and saving a city or whatever, doing stuff that's more like big city stuff, and then you get into like the world and then you get into the cosmos. Like I get the tiers of play, and it's all cool with me. Now, I don't necessarily like the whole cosmos thing, like other planes. I don't get excited about traveling to other planes, really. Making a killing. Haven't you ever heard of serial killers? They always want more. Yes, I'm comparing Disney to Ted Bundy. Just businesses in general. That's what they're based around, is making more money. That's how they measure success, is by making more money. Like, I can't fault businesses. I really can't for trying to make more money. Especially, like, the issue, the part I do fault businesses on is when they do make good money and they don't take care of their employees. That bothers me. But making more money for a big business doesn't bother me at all. It's literally the things that bother me is in how they treat their workers. When you're extremely profitable and, the people that bust their backs for you, you're screwing over and taking advantage of them, that's what bothers me. Dirtness says, I hate the stubborn idea of D&D devs of taking on every character at level 1. A proficiency in dice is just why. The stubborn idea of D&D developers of taking on every character at level 1. I don't understand what you mean. Sorry, Dirtness. I don't know what you're saying, man. Deadly D8 says, new threat is a mod for the original Final Fantasy VII. You can install it on your computer really easily. If you've got Final Fantasy VII on Steam, completely reworks the whole battle system. It's mind-blowingly good. Oh, gotcha. So I don't play games on Steam, unfortunately. I wish I did. I don't think my laptop could handle it. I really, really, really want to play the Baldur's Gate 3 game. I hear it's got a lot of bugs, but yeah, it's, man. There was that other one too, the Sword Coast Adventures game a few years back that I wish I would have played as well, but again, I don't have a computer for it. Hell, I never even finished playing Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 on Xbox. And I'm never going to finish Pathfinder on Xbox because the game crashes all the freaking time on me and it's pissing me off. So if you're talking about the optional rule to get rid of proficiency and use a proficiency die, I actually really like that rule. There's a lot of good optional rules in the Dungeon Master's Guide. A lot of good ones. Not only do they make it more lethal, they just make it more entertaining. Like everything about it. So you get more variance. You get more failures if you do a die rather than a static number. You know? I don't know. Let's see. I don't think there's just a section for it. Let's find out. The roll of dice, Dungeon Master's Workshop. Okay, it's there. So 263, I think, is where it starts. Ability check proficiencies by class. So this one I don't like. That makes it so you automatically get proficiency in all skills based on those attributes. So like a barbarian would get strength, dex, or wisdom. Or sorry, not all. You get to choose one of them. And so then you just make proficiency rolls based on that. So it says, with this variant rule, characters don't have skill proficiencies. Instead, each character has proficiency in 2 abilities, one tied to the character's class and one tied to the character's background. The ability proficiencies by class table suggest a proficiency for each class, and you choose which ability is tied to a given background, starting at first level. So this actually might be interesting if you also use the proficiency die rather than the number. The background proficiency, though, player of a character with a noble background couldn't reasonably argue that the proficiency bonus should apply to a charisma check. So they leave it open on that one. Interesting. The hero points, I remember I've used that. There's some good stuff about that. I meant D&D developers implanted the idea on every character to earn a proficiency on gaming dices. But why this? Earn proficiency on gaming dice. I'm not sure. Ilya says, I played Baldur's Gate 2 many times over. It was one of the best games to play at the time. So even Baldur's Gate 1 is still a lot of fun to play. Ilya, for me, Grimdark is the way to play. It offers up more moral ambiguity, which I find encourages more roleplay. So, Bill, do you like things to be more morally challenging in your games? Does that add to the interest in the game for you? So I don't like to touch on too many moral things in my games. I think I'm more into just adventure and discovery and things like that more than moral thing. Like, I don't like things to be. In fact, there's a lot of topics I don't even like to touch on, like anything that, like, any sexual abuse or anything like that, I don't want in my games at all, even from bad guys. It's more of a put off than anything. It takes me out of the game. Ilya says, I still think it's one of the best games out there. Or I'm sorry, Chance says that. There's a great multiplayer community till this day. Oh, Baldur's Gate 2 has a multiplayer community? Are you talking about Neverwinter Nights? because that makes sense to me. I know Neverwinter has a ton, like not the new stuff, like the one from early 2000s. I think that was the first one, and then there was Neverwinter Nights 2 or something, and that one was pretty popular as well. Yeah, so the hero points are cool. I've done that before. We used them more like story points. Honor and sanity would be kind of cool. Fear and horror would be cool to use. The healer's kit dependency. Again, using these things would be good. Oh, changing the rest variance. So if you wanted it more lethal, you could make a weak a short rest. So I definitely like the gritty realism idea. I'm still cool with using firearms, explosives. Yeah, the plot points. We used that a long time ago. We used to dabble with a lot of the stuff here. In the one-shot group, we'd try different things. I don't like side initiative where you apply speed to the weapons and stuff. That reminds me of old school D&D, and I'm just not as into that as much. So you'd still roll initiative, but then if you use melee heavy weapon, you're -2. If you're spellcasting, you subtract the spell's level. I think it probably adds some realism for some people, but I'm not as into that. I do like the permanent injuries or lingering injuries. Cleaving through creatures. If your player characters regularly fight hordes of lower level monsters, consider using this optional rule to help speed up such fights. When a melee attack reduces an undamaged creature to 0 hit points, any excess damage from that attack might carry over to another creature nearby. I mean, that's cool, but at the same time, I'm not as into it. Hitting cover. When a ranged attack misses a target that has cover, you can use this optional rule to determine whether the cover was struck by the attack. That's fine. Massive damage. I like that. Morale is in 5e as well. So some combatants might run away. Group of creatures might flee under any of the following circumstances. All the creatures in the group are surprised. It'd be a DC 10 wisdom saving throw for the creature or the group's leader. If the opposition is overwhelming, the saving throw is made with disadvantage. Ooh, is this food? Oh, cookies! Look at that. Doesn't that look delicious? These are the ginger ones, aren't they?
They are.
Oh, they're so good. Are they burned on the bottom?
No. Wait.
Okay, I was just checking. Ooh, they're nice. They're really soft.
Yeah, they just came out.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. I appreciate you having confidence.
I do. We were talking about Adventures in Middle Earth. We might have to talk about that on stream tonight. Yes. Tonight we might not make a table. Maybe tonight we just talk about the Adventures in Middle Earth or something.
Are you running a game?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah. 100%.
Sure?
Like, I would need... I don't know. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it tonight.
How much convincing do I have to do?
I don't know. We'll figure it out. I will probably not do it, though.
Alright, have fun.
I am. My throat's getting sore, but I'm good. I think I read all that. Yes. Rollstat says, yes, absolutely. I like players to explore their characters rather than their mechanics. Yeah, but I think... So, again, I still think you can get some good backstory stuff and explore it without getting too, dark with the morals, in my opinion. But that's just me. Who are they? Not how well optimized they are. Again, when I play a game, I'm mostly there. I care about the development of a character. A character gets boring, like you've said, if it's just mechanics. So again, so I grew very bored with Brasswick in the Provokers game because I didn't feel that the character evolved. All the things behind the scenes we tried to work on to evolve it, it didn't happen. I was shot down. So I actually wanted Brasswick to be a ghost in that campaign. Maybe the whole time he was an avatar of Ilmater rather than being Ilmater or whatever. And then I was shot down on that. So then I was like, well, what if I went more dark? And so I started like having him like use blood magic, like so he cut his hand to do certain spells and stuff. And I didn't know that dice was kind of going dark. And it sounds like that was why I was told not to do that, is because we already had one character that was going that path. So couple conversations about the evolution of my character outside of game were kind of shot down. And so I kind of quit caring to try and evolve him. And so I lost interest in him in that campaign. Chance says, nah, fam. Baldur's Gate 2 has a great You can play that multiplayer? I didn't know that. I had no idea. Lasagna Druid, still going. For sure, man. It's been fun. Like, anytime I'm having fun, I can keep going. I mean, yeah, I'm not working on videos, but I'm having a good time. It doesn't have to involve X-card topics. It is more about character development. What would your character do? View the world through their eyes. Oh, I'm with you on that. That's a whole role-playing thing that has nothing to do with mechanics, in my opinion. I think there's a line between inappropriate boundaries versus a darker setting. I tend to prefer darker settings because it lends itself to more interesting multi-dimensional characters. Okay, so that's fair. Like, Lord of the Rings is darker than The Hobbit, right? There's nothing in Lord of the Rings I feel that is, like, overtly bad. But it does kind of touch on some of that. And it's darker. I do like that a lot. Have someone steal candy from a baby in front of the party in a game. Watch the morality of the players spike quickly. Tabletop painting. I've been playing for 40 years or so. We have never had sexual abuse come up in a game ever. So there's a lot of miniatures, especially from old school gaming. They have like naked women who've been tortured or sacrificed or whatever. That's kind of one of the things that... and it's not just like it's implied. So, for example, I will have... You'll have two games. You'll have one game where you'll have a DM that explains that the orcs raped and pillaged people, right? You might have a different DM say, yeah, the orcs took over the city, and that's all they'll say. It can be implied that the other stuff happened without saying that they raped and pillaged and tortured people, right? So I do sometimes have some torture, but not, I think, anything too bad. But yeah. Hell yeah, TTP. That's the way it always should be. No one needs that in their games. I completely agree. Rollstat says, same. I honestly don't know where that even comes from, if that is happening in your game. Leave. If you are running that for your group, get psychological help. I've met a lot of women who've tried D&D before, and they've played in a group where the DM forced rape. Like, you see it occasionally in like the D&D Facebook communities and stuff. It's awful. There are people out there who do it. I have been in a game with a DM before, not going to say any names, where they ran using those tools, as they called them, to elicit a emotional response towards their evil guys. And I did not like that. And it's not like it affects me. It's just uncomfortable, you know? Cookies without milk? Yeah, I got water. I'm good. Deadly DH. Shout out for whoever made those awesome cookies. So that was Paula. She will be painting miniatures tonight at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. And we'll talk about some adventures in Middle-earth. It'll be good. And I thought I was in a third world country. I will tell Paula you want cookies, Bill. She'll probably say, come get them. Ilya, I think being interested in your character and being interested in their mechanics are not mutually exclusive. Ideally, you want to explore and enjoy both. That's how I feel. I like doing both. Mechanics is more of an outside of the game thing. Inside of the game, it is... You might get excited about some of the cool new stuff you do, but ultimately it is about more character stuff. Lord of the Rings is all about addiction, and it goes into it deep. It does, but it doesn't explicitly mention addiction or drug. Like, I guess they have some drug use with like wizard weed, if you consider weed a drug. I don't, but but yes, you're right. The whole ring and its corruption is kind of like that for sure. Completely agree. Just saying my preference is more towards character development, just a preference. Yeah, no, I agree. I will get bored playing a game if I don't develop a character.
So, for example, in our Beckme game, Sloppy Sherman Woods is a shoot first, ask questions later type for the most part. He also keeps his distance. He will talk up a good game, but he's a little bit afraid right now to really engage with things. And he's going to gain confidence, I think, as this goes on and change a little bit. That's my plan for him. Don't tell anybody. But he will evolve if he survives long enough. As for torture, yeah, that has come up. Right. And I think some people, when they have again, torture is not a huge deal to me. There are some people. So I used to work with someone who's had a sister who was tortured and killed. And so torture is a big deal to them. And me and some of the people there would talk about like the Saw movies and stuff. And I didn't know that was a problem. I didn't know this person's past. Luckily, they came to me like an adult. Well, they had somebody else come to me like an adult and explain it. And, we cleared that up and I apologized. But the point is you don't know what triggers people, right? Torture in games, I think it should be implied that it's probably going to be in there. If you're going to have it, maybe tell your party or your players it's going to be in it. But don't take it over the top. You don't need to. You don't have to go into the exact details. You can imply it that it was bad without going into detail. Speaking as a woman who is a DM, I will shut that kind of crap down very fast if it comes from my players. Thankfully, it never has. Yeah, I don't think the problem usually comes from players. It's usually an authoritarian DM. Yeah. Like who's stuck in their ways and won't adapt for their group. That's kind of what it seems like, which is a problem in itself, regardless of the content matter. Chance's D&D guide or D&D spellbook. I think the key is hinting. For example, the orcs raided the village and took the woman and children. Yes, that's all you got to say. It's implied. Let the players fill in the blanks. That's all I need, and that's all I actually want when it comes to stuff like that. Like, even if they don't tell you. 100%. I say that both as player and DM. I prefer campaigns that revolve around. But character exploration doesn't have to get into touchy things either. That's all. But I'm with you. I think character exploration is good. It's important. That's part of what made Provoke is interesting. Seeing how all the other characters evolved is entertaining for fellow players too. Agree on the mechanics and being interested in a character bit. I tend to build my characters around mechanics really fast. Just sit down for like 4 hours and what? 4 hours? Hell no. I will not spend 4 hours making a character. Then spend the next few weeks actually developing their backstory. Usually the former supports the latter. So I do that too. Like I said earlier, just speaking for myself here, and I'm sure I'm in the minority here, but truthfully, mechanics bore me. I really couldn't care less about them. I mean, I don't know if you're in the minority. I mean, there's definitely people out there that don't want to talk about it. I just know I enjoy having conversations about it. I think so. Even with sports, I like the whatabouts and what ifs. Like maybe it's like when I talk about the Detroit Lions, one of the most exciting times of the year is talking about the NFL draft. Like, oh, well, what if they drafted this guy or they signed this free agent, like, and built the team a certain way? How would it play? All this stuff. Like, I've always liked that stuff. Business. I love learning about business. I love reading business books because I like to hear like all the different nuances and ins and outs. Same thing with like RPG systems. I love to learn about how they work and how they change things like roleplay. That's why Cody's recent video was awesome. He highlighted the math between a 5e encounter ranger and a Pathfinder 2e ranger against 2 whites, and he also put in a tanky fighter in there as well. And he did the same thing with both to exhibit the math, exhibit how there's different role play elements also that you can do with one or the other. So for example, the whites don't get an attack of opportunity in Pathfinder. So when the ranger, or when the white closed in on the ranger, there was nothing stopping him from shooting a bow right in its face. There's no penalty, right? Whereas 5e, the white closes, and you at least have disadvantage there. And I thought that was really interesting because I'm not at that point where I'm really diving that deep into specifics between the two systems yet. I'm getting there, but I'm not quite there yet. Are you starting the dryer? No. Washer? Oh, okay. I have a little space heater under my table so that I'm actually kind of warm. But if they start the dryer, I have to turn it off. That's why I need to install a new circuit breaker out here. Anyways, Ilya says, for sure, there's no wrong way to enjoy our hobby. I think we all agree on that. At least I know Bill and I agree with that. Totally get it. I mean, in the game, I don't care what my stats are, what feats I get, or what the optimal way to play is. I'm basically there for the story. That's just me. Yeah, no, I'm with you, man. I get it. I completely understand that. Again, yes, I occasionally will build a character based on mechanics that I've never used before. Again, like you earlier saying you've never played a hobgoblin. I know you're playing it for the story, but there's mechanics in that you've never experienced, you know? I mean, there's nothing saying you couldn't just reskin a human into a hobgoblin, you know? But I definitely am someone who I will sometimes see something mechanically. I'm like, oh, I want to try that just to see how I like it. You know, and so I'll build something around that. But then again, I always make sure that the character background matches it for whatever reason. Cameron says, yeah, I apologize for being a twit to Cody. I honestly thought he was just talking crap until I saw that second video. 69% is too much effectiveness to lose. So I don't agree with that. I don't make decisions based on a percentage of effectiveness. And while, yeah, the perception of one being much more effective, knowing the actual number of effectiveness, while it's cool to talk about, I don't feel like it's that big a deal. Like, based on what he did, he showed that a 5e ranger is far more effective than a Pathfinder 2e ranger, right? In a lot of senses. But I like the Pathfinder 2e one personally. I think it would be fun to play. As for Cody's videos, there is a lot to unpack there. He makes interesting points, but I think I ultimately disagree with him and think he's discounting a lot of things and selling the system short. So in the first video, I didn't think we got enough context. In the second video, I think we got enough context. And I do think he's still overlooking some stuff, but getting into semantics and, you know, more mechanics, you know, that it's just not necessary. Like, there are other things the Ranger could have done in the Pathfinder 2e example to be more effective. There's other things that the monster could have done. Like, there's a lot of things in the examples, but it's all good. Yes, the volley trait. That was the one that I think that came up that I've seen people mention. I actually don't even realize how that works exactly, but I also don't have any Rangers in my games, I don't think. My Pathfinder 2e game. My accounting friend can sometimes take the fun out of the game. So, yeah, like, I don't usually have talks about the math of the game with my players. I do find the math fascinating. I do. And I do think I'm the minority. I know, Bill, you think you might be the minority, but I do think enjoying talking about the math of RPGs, I think I'm in the minority. Especially nowadays. I think the last 5 years, because of Critical Role, more people want to role play than give a crap about their mechanics. The 15 years leading up to 2015, though, I think you might be right, Bill, that people were all about mechanics, and that was that whole 3.5 shift. Yeah, that's how I feel, Bill. He says, I guess that's my point. Ultimately, who cares how effective your ranger is? Is the character cool to play? Good, go with it. So I agree. So Cody's point, he would agree with what you just said too. But his point is that because of how Pathfinder 2e was designed, you have your ranger doing the same rotation of abilities. Like 5e has it too, like Hunter's Mark and then you attack or whatever, right? Pathfinder 2e has the same kind of thing where it's like, if you're the swashbuckler, you're going to use your panache roll through because it gives you a bonus, and such and such. And you're going to do that followed by your first attack and then maybe your second attack, right? So again, you're doing the same thing over and over again. So even though you have, again, this was Cody's point, I don't agree with it fully because I still think this is a group and player issue. Even if you see it happening a lot among multiple groups, I still think it's a player issue. But the point is you the 3-action economy was supposed to open things up to add some variety or versatility, which I don't think anyone's ever said that it was going to do that, but I guess that was his expectation. Unfortunately, in his experience, again, the players always do the same stuff. If you're a fighter, it's attack, attack, shield raise. If you're the ranger, it's the hunter's mark, pray, shoot thing. So it's the same rotations, and that's why he's not having fun with Pathfinder 2e combat. And the reason he started playing Pathfinder 2e was because he thought the combat would be superior to other systems, and in his mind, it's not. And that's fine. He thinks it creates an illusion of choice because, the players who have a bow aren't going to choose the feats that don't make them better with their bow. So again, it's just a illusion. I don't think you're the minority now, though, Bill. D8 says, it's one thing to be interested in optimizing. The one thing my table used to be horrible with, but has gotten better, is not being that person who calls out unoptimal moves and builds. So that's something I don't like. I hate when players want another player to do something with their character. That needs, at my table, I don't like it. Like, don't tell the cleric they should only be healing you and not attacking or whatever. Don't tell the wizard he needs to be casting fireball every round. Like, don't do that crap. Play your character, not theirs. If you're doing something in character that your character would know, maybe it's okay. But as a player, out of telling another player, I don't think it's cool. When you don't actually lose that much effectiveness, it makes it easier and more viable to being the best teammate you can be while doing different things that's too much in Pathfinder 2e. Yeah, but we just had people earlier saying that's what's boring about 5e, is that everything's too samey. Whether you use your bow or your rapier, it's the same deal. You're still doing the same exact damage output. You're still hitting at the same rate, so it doesn't feel much different. And so again, and then when you play another character, whether it's also a ranger or something else, it doesn't feel different because you're all having the same amount of bonuses to hit as different classes. So again, it feels too similar to some people. So I don't know if I agree with that. Ilya says, as someone who enjoys crunchier systems, I also enjoy the mechanic side of things a lot. Yeah, me too. I will not say that I know the ins and outs of the math of all the games. Even 5e or any of that. I don't know the full ins and outs. Talking to people who have a real, true understanding of the numbers is fascinating to me. People who tend to have that full-on knowledge of the specifics, though, do tend to play in a style that I'm not as fond of, though. So the engineer guy I used to play with, he was very numbers focused and stuff, and he could dissect things, but he didn't role play much, and that is a little bit of a put off. Luckily, we had other players who role played a lot. Cameron says, play what you want, but don't get the party killed doing it. So I almost got the whole party killed in Beckme the other day, and it was fantastic. It was so tense. The amount of guilt I felt and the tension, it was great. If I did not try to get the party killed, that would not have been as impactful. Chances I find that if you're running a game and you find it's not performing up to your standards, change it. I mean, it could have created a whole series on how to fix Pathfinder 2e. Yes, I agree. Even if it's just introducing like some homebrew like rule or adding a feat choice that works, that'd be cool. Chance says, don't let Paula hear you say that. What, about always being in the minority? I don't think that'll trigger her. Deadly D8 says volley equals a -2 to your attack roll if you're within the first range increment. Oh, so no matter what, interesting. So let me check that out real quick. That I'm very curious about. Gosh, I got all these books right here. Riffs and all sorts of stuff. Which I'm going to send all the Riffs characters out to the Riffs email tonight for the one-shot on Sunday. It'd be under equipment, right? And then you just look under the weapon itself. So, Marshall. Oh, ranged weapons. So what does that mean? Like, I don't know. For example, a crossbow is 120 feet. You go to okay, you go to the weapon traits, volley 30 feet. So a composite longbow is volley 30 feet. So if you're using that, anything 30 feet or closer is a -2. That is fascinating. So it does have the penalty. So that's a big deal that he left out. And it messes up all of his math in that one video. But okay. I'm okay with it. Ilya says, in his video, he presents the system's crunch and how there are rules that cover lots of things as a bad thing. I can't wrap my head around that being anything but a good thing. So there were a couple things I agreed with him on. I do not like, for example, if you have a hidden character, there's like 4 tiers of being hidden, right? There's observed, concealed, hidden, undetected, unnoticed, and then invisible. That's a lot of different words for the different levels of being hidden, right? Or unseen or seen. I don't like that personally. Just anything that's kind of like that, it just bothers me. I do like the death when you're dying, how they do that. And I like how you get up with like wounds and stuff because of it. So that's cool. But yeah, just there are a lot of rules that cover the same kind of stuff, and that is a little bit much, in my opinion. That's why I think my perfect system is between Pathfinder 2e and D&D 5e. Yeah, and it's not even my perfect system. Just probably my preferred system right now would be somewhere in the middle. Chance says, that's why I love spellcasters. Every encounter can be wildly different. Sometimes you attack a dragon as a level 3. Sometimes you hide in a pocket space. Sometimes you bury yourself. So how is burying yourself and hiding in a pocket space different? Just kidding. Ilya says, even if you see a rule that you don't like, you can simply do what you want and ignore that rule. Just like with any other tabletop RPG. Golden rule and all that. Even in that situation, I am glad it's covered. So, yes, you can do that. The point is, though, when you're talking about a system, if you have to Frankenstein it too much, it's no longer that system, right? It's some homebrewed mess that you can't just take on to new players and new games without some buy-in from them as well. Rollstat says, making the wrong choice is fun. Getting into dangerous situations is fun. Putting the party into peril is exciting. That's what I prefer. I don't want a well-oiled machine. I want chaos. So I do like chaotic characters for that reason. That's why I wanted to play a wild magic sorcerer. Sadly, it's not as crazy as I envisioned it. Juice should make me roll on the wild magic table more often. So I told you up front, anytime you cast your highest level slot, I want you to roll. Because I'm going to forget, and I don't always know if you're rolling as your highest level slot. If you want to roll every time you cast a level spell, whether it's first or your third or whatever, go for it. I'll let you determine when you do your wild magic surge. I'm cool with that. Do that, man. Do your thing. I want you to fireball the whole party and TPK everyone. There's a wild magic barbarian now. Is that from Tasha's? So good. You do want some cookies, Bill. So they're soft like peanut butter cookies, but they taste like ginger snaps. So good. Wow, we've been going for 3 hours. Feels like we just started. I didn't even dive into the stuff I was thinking about doing, which I guess is good because this is more entertaining. I was probably going to do some world building and flesh out my elven and dwarven kingdoms. Well, what remains of them. So, I have heard so much negativity about Tasha's from a lot of people on both sides of the whole woke argument. So it doesn't even matter if they're woke or not. You're the only one, Chance, that I've seen raving about it. Like, there's so many things in it that you're excited about. You're the only one I've seen excited about everything in there. Wizards of the Coast should sponsor you, Chance. They should not sponsor me. Actually, they should, but they won't. Wild Magic Surge every time you rage. Wow. That's pretty cool. Well, maybe not. It was overpriced. That's my only complaint. I mean, technically gaming books are underpriced if you really think about it. If you think about the amount of work that you want to go into those compared to other like technical writing books, I mean, you should be spending like $100 for a 300-page book. Like, think of your school books, your school textbooks. Like, that's about the rate you should be paying for a similar sized book. It's just, as gamers, we're so used to being able to find them cheaper. That's the thing with it. Tabletop Painting says, love Tasha's. Chance says, also, it's been a pain in my ass and forced me to do way more videos than I thought. You better get on it, Chance. Ilya says, Tasha's is great if you don't already have a large book collection. Otherwise, a lot of its content is going to be redundant because it's carried over. So that is one of the gripes I heard, is that they pulled stuff from like Theros and some of the other books and just redid it in there. It's the same thing, which would bother me. I don't want repeat stuff. The only exception would be if they released like an Ultimate Player's Handbook that had all of the players' options in it up to this point. Get rid of some of the, like, you don't need all the rules, just literally the character building options in one book. School textbooks are definitely overpriced. See, but again, you're talking about the skills involved and the writers should not be paid cheap. They shouldn't. Editors shouldn't necessarily be paid cheap. Like what is the writer's work worth? You know, what is the editor's work worth? The artists that do the art and the pictures and stuff like that. I mean, honestly, would I pay $100 for a book? No, I would probably not. For any book. But do I think that probably is what it should be worth? Yes. But I'm cheap. I don't have that kind of disposable income. So dead to the D8. Don't get the party killed, I say to myself, as I'm about to do something that might get the party killed. That was me Tuesday. Last week. Bill says, Deadly D8 That is the exact dialogue in my head almost every session, but I still do it because it's fun. Yeah, I don't think you do anything that's going to get the Tyranny of Dragons party killed. It's probably going to be Crank or Clank or Clunk or whatever his name is. Super common for Wizards of the Coast to do that. They've reprinted the orc like 4 times. Really? The only place I've seen the orc was in Volos. Oh, you banned multi-classing? I do like how Pathfinder does the multi-classing aspect. So instead of taking like your class feat, you can take the dedicated feat for the archetype, and then that is your multi-class basically. It's a lesser version of whatever it is you're multi-classing into, but you don't lose like any of your spellcasting stuff you would have got from leveling up in the original. So like if you're a 7th level wizard and you're, or whatever, 8th level wizard, and you're about to take a class feat for wizard, you could then take the archetype dedicated feat, as long as you meet the prerequisites for whatever, and you still get all the spellcasting stuff as an 8th level wizard. So you don't lose that. I really like that. And it gives you some versatility. That's one of the things I really like about Pathfinder 2e. Whereas in like 5e, you multi-class, you lose, you don't get the stuff from your previous class when you take a level in something new. I don't know how Tasha's handled it though, or what optional rule they introduced. Bill, sometimes it sucks to suck. It happens as long as it's a good death. A memorable death. I'm good with it. Me too. Elliot, from a consumer perspective, people generally don't care about the cost of producing the thing they're buying. They care about the cost of it versus what's in their bank account. Completely agree. I understand that. And again, that's why I don't have the disposable income to spend $100 for a book. Like the Curse of Strahd, it's like $70 right now. Looks really cool. I don't even have Curse of Strahd. That's one of the adventure paths I do not have. And that little casket thing looks cool as hell. But I'm not spending $70 for it. Plus, I don't have a plan to run it. Chance says Orcs and Bolos, Explorer's Guide to Wildemount. Are they the same? Or is it the exact same thing? It wasn't in the Player's Companion. They had Goliath, Nilbogs, and then the Ganassis. No orcs. Oh, is it? Yeah, Curse of Strahd, like, I don't know. It's just not my cup of tea, I don't think. I used vampires in a homebrew campaign once, and I got my fill, I think. I didn't do any Curse of Strahd, though. It was fun. You'll run it for me? How about after Beck Me? That'd be fun to play a Curse of Strahd game on Tuesdays after that. That's a big book, isn't it? I've been seeing that for years in like the special like leather bound look. We're talking about Strahd right now, Wally. Thanks for joining us, bud. Speaking of Wally DM, he did the Puzzle Encounters book that I have somewhere up on my shelf. It's really cool. I'm not good at making puzzles. Whoops, I'm knocking books over because I have all these other books I need to put back. You guys should buy this over on Drive-Thru RPG. It's awesome. It's like 80-some pages or something like that. Tons of puzzles you can just drop into your games. They're pretty good too. Some are hard, some are easy. It's good stuff. But yeah, I understand the whole price of books being, we're used to them being like 20, 30 bucks, but when you think about the amount of work that goes into them, they should be more than that, right? They should be closer to 100 in a lot of instances. Beck me never ends. Well, I mean, if we ever finish Keep on the Borderlands. Ilya, I love gothic settings like Curse of Strahd. I am currently in a Grim Hollow game, and it's fantastic fun. How about in addition? I've got... So I've got 3 days a month, 2 Fridays and 1 Saturday. One has to be for the monthly one shot for patrons. Other than that, that leaves 2 days that I could do a month. So, I mean, I'm open to it. I don't know if I want to fill the schedule like that, though. I don't know. We'll see. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it, though. Maybe Paula will want to play, and she can sway me on that. She wants me to do Adventures in Middle-earth, too. And I'm like, I don't know. Hey, no problem, Wally DM. It's a good helpful resource for us, so especially for me. Deadly D8 said, sorry, I dipped for a second there after it was mentioned Cody had bad math in his video. Finally forced myself to watch parts of the new video. He does not have a solid understanding of the system. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I know he knows more than I do. All his complaints are basically the straw men or cherry picked that hurt to watch. Yeah, I don't know. I still think his second video is way better than his first. But yeah, he clearly overlooked some stuff. You don't know it yet, but the BECME group will be playtesters for the new OSR material I'm writing once B2 ends. Oh, that's fine for me too. I don't mind that. Chance says, I don't know, maybe I just have a different mindset. To be fair, I only buy them to keep the channel up to date. What, the books? Yeah, I mean, if that's why you do it, then that's why you do it. Then again, they do pay for themselves. Maybe I'm just bitter. I think it's just a mindset of what you're used to spending for things in relation to things. Like, you know, if you were to ask me what's more valuable, my D&D 5e Player's Handbook or Cyberpunk 2077 for Xbox One, I'm going to tell you my D&D Player's Handbook. And the reason is because I'm going to use it far more than I'll ever play that game. You know, there's only a few games I'll play over and over again. Like the D&D books I'll use over and over again for decades. The video game I'll play a little bit and then I'm done. And that's like $60 gone out the window. So again, I think the books are more worth it. I'm just not willing to pay that much. What they charge now, I'm willing to pay. Bill says, I've been wanting to buy that Grim Hollow setting. Is it worth it? Chance says to Deadly D8, those sound like fighting words, partner. Yeah, the books. Deadly D8. Sorry, didn't mean to detract, but I could tell he knew just enough about the game to make it look bad, which isn't hard if that's your goal, but better understanding leads to better gameplay. I mean, at some point, though, you just got to realize some systems aren't for everybody, and it's clearly not for him, right? That's what it comes down to. Whether he understands every rule or not, if he doesn't enjoy it, learning it more isn't necessarily going to make him enjoy it, you know? So at some point you kind of got to hedge your bet and move on. So I don't blame him for that. And like I said, a lot of things he said in that second video resonate with me. You know, I can see in some instances why he'd feel the way he does. He got his point across a lot better about the illusion of choice with the rotations in that video. And then he threw in some stuff that I just find interesting, even if it was wrong with the math. But that's all. Ilya says, if you like darker settings with player options for turning into aberrations, fiends, vampires, werewolves, or even liches, go for it. It also offers an optional deadlier rule set for a grittier feel. So he doesn't care about the player options as much, but he will definitely like those deadlier rule sets for the grittier feel, I'm sure. I'm just kidding. I can't speak for Bill. So I am somebody who doesn't like Savage Worlds. I just don't. Obviously, I have Savage Rifts. I've also got the Superheroes Companion, the Fantasy Companion, the core game, some other stuff. And like I said, I invested a lot of money into that when I was starting to play it. And I thought the more I played it, the more I would like it as I learned it. And I found the more I played it, the more I disliked it. It just isn't a rule set that I like. Whereas a game that I thought I would really hate, Fantasy Flight Star Wars, I didn't think I'd hate it. I just didn't think I'd be into it as much as I was. I played it, and I'm hooked. I love it. I can't wait to play more Fantasy Flight Star Wars or Genesis. I think that is a great system. The mechanics with like how you can pass a test, but like have some kind of negative thing happen, or you can fail a test but have some kind of advantage come from it, is awesome. That's it. It forces everyone at the table to come up with creative role play stuff. It forces players to take agency that normally wouldn't, and I think that's what I love about it. So Fantasy Flight Star Wars could be a game that over the next year becomes more ingrained in this channel. Because again, I'm really into it, and I don't know if I don't know what Paula got me for Christmas. If she didn't get me those, I plan on getting a couple of those and running those at some point. Deadly D8 says, some systems aren't for everyone. Agree 100%. I've got friends who Pathfinder is perfect for, and ones who we have a blast playing Call of Cthulhu, but I know they wouldn't enjoy Pathfinder. Exactly. And it is. So your next statement, it's all about the group and having the most fun. That should always be the goal. Completely agree. 100%. Again, I've realized that, Savage Worlds is not a system for me. I also can say that Palladium Books, raw, is not for me. I like some of the stuff in it. I like the setting for Rifts. I like even their Palladium Fantasy line. I like their setting. But I like to play it where the rules are a little more lax, where people don't get so stringent on the rules. And personally, hand wave a lot of it. And then I enjoy it. But I like the active defense. I appreciate... I'm fine with percentage skills. That's fine. But the fact that you use a D20 to hit is a little weird, that you're crossing mechanics in that game. But again, it's from the 80s. What do you expect, right? Bill says it's okay to not like game systems. You don't necessarily have to explain your choice. It's perfectly fine to say, nah, it's not my jam. Not sure why that is upsetting. So it's not upsetting. It's just that Cody is an influencer at 255,000 subs. When he makes a video, there's a segment of people who watch his stuff who are going to take his word as gospel. And he didn't have to make a video saying why he's quitting Pathfinder 2e and basically say that in his first video it came across like, and if you don't agree with me, you're a sucker and you're basically falling for the illusion of choice. That's how his first video came across to some people. I was tempted to do a video response and was going to do one thing, and then I was talking about it with someone, but then a couple people commented on one of my Pathfinder videos asking me to do a video, and I was like, it's probably time. So I did. I did a dissection of what he said, and that's all. But again, I agree with you. You don't need to announce it. It's just like Facebook. You don't need to announce you're leaving someone's Facebook group. Like, this isn't the airport. You don't need to announce your departure. Rollstat says, I love Dungeon Crawl Classics, but it's not for everyone. I'm not personally offended when folks say, hey, it's not for me. What's the big deal? So lately I've seen people talking about that system. Like something about the spell casting's kind of cool or something. I don't know. I've never played it. I have a couple of the free RPG Day things. I would not be opposed to trying it someday. But yeah, I don't know. I think a lot of the negative reaction to those videos isn't just that Cody said he disliked Pathfinder 2e. It's that he presented reasons for that dislike were seen as disingenuous and ill-informed. Yes, and in the first video, he didn't really give concrete examples. He was very vague about it. But then, like, the issues he presented sounded like player and group issues. Like spamming the same spells or abilities over and over and over again to the point where it's boring after a year. Or, you know, he didn't explain, and again, that's why I said I didn't think we got a good context in the first video in my response. He didn't explain that, yeah, his players are creative, and they've come up with all these different creative solutions to things. And they've even done things in combat to do these other creative solutions to things. You know, he didn't explain that. He just really drove home the fact they did the same thing over and over again, which in his second video implied it was not exactly true. He exaggerated it. And let's be honest. Cody makes videos to get views and make money. We all know that. Like, you know, that's his channel is a business. Whereas my channel, while yeah, you know, we make a couple bucks, we aren't solely doing it for that. Like, I do videos I enjoy doing. This live stream is not something that's going to get thousands of views. It's just not. It's not going to go viral. This is a hanging out with you guys and having a good time for a few hours. If I wanted to make viral videos, I probably should have filmed 6 videos in the time we've been doing this, you know? But no, this is more fun for me. And that's a big reason why I do this, is for the fun. Rollstat says, I guess that's my point. Cody's reasons are Cody's reasons. Folks don't have to agree or disagree. You're right, they don't. It's just the matter of him swaying people who have never tried the system, who might have been interested in it. There's people who are going to come across his video when they're like, should I try Pathfinder 2e? And they're going to see that and be like, oh, well, combat's boring, so no. That's the thing that I think rubbed the community really wrong. And because his reasons that he gave in the video make it seem one way, and while for others, it's not actually that way. There's like 3 people I've seen agree with him. 2 videos that agreed, and like a couple comments probably here and there. But for the most part, people think that it's a GM and group problem. He doesn't owe anyone concrete examples or reasons. It's okay to simply not prefer or like a game system. I don't know, maybe. No, Bill, we agree. It is okay. The thing is he it's no different than like, you don't like the taste of Coca-Cola, so you're going to make a video about hating Coca-Cola because of, you know, the ingredients or whatever, yet you're drinking Pepsi, which has a lot of the same ingredients. But over here, you said these ingredients suck. You know, like, you're trashing something that other people are going to see, especially when you're that big. And now you're basically hurting someone else's business just, you know, for no reason. Especially if you said you like the guys at Paizo. You basically took money off out of their bank account. You should check out Mahler. He'll change your mind about that. I don't know who that is. Deadly D8. Cody makes videos to get views and make money. Key takeaway. He gets that money for stirring up drama. Yeah, I mean, so again, I think he had, so when he did his video, before he did it, he obviously had an epiphany and wanted to do the video. And then I think based on that, he shared his personal stuff, but I think he definitely padded it for those reasons, right? I think his opinion is spot on for what he feels. It was that I think he padded it for the drama, to make it go viral, to make it as, you know, the way it was. And yes, there is a segment of people who are upset that they think he did it clearly just for views. If he was just done playing Pathfinder 2e, there'd be no reason to do the video. I haven't gone out of my way to do a video about Savage Worlds and why I dislike it and all this stuff. I've talked about it when it's come up, but again, tons of people love that game. Like, people think it's fast and stuff. Do I think that? No. For me, it doesn't feel that way. But other people think it's fast and quick, and they love it. So again, like what you like. But I'm not going to trash a company. And I would probably play it again with a different group to see if maybe there's a group out there that runs it away. Because again, I've played with different groups, but it hasn't, most of them, there hasn't been a ton of RP. One of them, we had the DM PC that we talked about before. That rubbed me wrong a little. Another one was run by the creator of the game, and that was cool, but all the players at the table weren't really role-playing stuff up that much. So again, I just haven't had the best experiences with it. That's all. Tabletop Painting says, he promotes good things. It's okay, but he says he doesn't like something. He can't say that? No, he can say what he wants. Again, it's just when you do it, like, what is the purpose of the video? Why make a video that you just dump it on another game and why you're never going to play it again? I don't understand that. That's all. I just don't get that. It's like going and writing a negative review about something where the customer service was fine. It's like you would never go try something new at a restaurant and give a restaurant a 1-star review because you didn't like the new thing. If they burned it, if they purposely didn't listen to you, they provided terrible customer service, yeah, you'd do it. But you wouldn't say, I'm never eating at Red Lobster again because I don't like lobster. You know what I mean? That's all. It's just weird. That's all. Okay, so I get that Deadly D8, but all of the responses and the buzz simply did more to promote the views. It simply increased the reach of his opinion. It made him more money. I agree with that too. For sure. And again, I don't care if he made money off it. That's not my gripe. In fact, I actually didn't really have a gripe. My only reasoning was that I thought his issues by the first video, and this is why I haven't done his follow-up video, I felt like it was a group issue. But again, I didn't get enough context. And so in my video, proposed like some different solutions, like, maybe encouraging role play, encouraging them to mix it up. As a DM, you can tone down the encounters so they don't feel like they always have to do the top efficient thing, Chan says, I do wonder how that video will affect his relationship with Paizo. So they've already commented on the first video. They don't have a problem. And since his second video, Owen Casey Stevens has had a conversation with him on his personal page. And again, I don't think he trashed Pathfinder or Paizo, but I think the perception as somebody who's never played Pathfinder 2e, if you take Cody's word as gospel, will definitely sway you away from trying it. It's just like Bill over here being swayed to not try out Adventures League, or Ilya not wanting to try out Adventures League because they've heard the horror stories from people they trust. It's the same thing. Chan says, as a rule of thumb, there's rarely a benefit to talking poorly about anything. You can be critical, but you need evidence to do so properly. I don't agree with that. There's plenty of people who are profitable by talking about things poorly. Plenty. I'm not going to get into too many of those things, but there's one thing you kind of agree on that does that. One person in particular. Someone at Paizo responded to his original video. Yeah, it was Aaron. So Aaron is their multimedia marketing guy, and he's awesome. Someone at Paizo responded to his original thing. I don't remember exactly what they said, but it was something to the effect of, we could talk about why our designers did things this way. Yeah, and he said that the core of their books, which will be the Bestiary 3, will finally close up the core of the game. Beyond that, it's adding on new layers to the game that may, and Aaron implied, Paizo implied, that those new things might actually make the game fun for Cody. But then he would need to talk to some of the designers to know more. That's kind of the gist of it. Chance that's true, and plus it doesn't feel good either. It just makes you feel worse. Yeah, I hate, there was a YouTuber 5 years ago that people used to pile on and continue to spread the hatred on him. He did some stuff that people disliked. Not going to name drop here, but he definitely he created fake accounts and commented on other people's stuff. And the more people talked about it, it just helped his channel grow. So, there's that. But yeah, there's plenty of negative people in the world, especially on YouTube. Controversy creates cash is a common phrase. If you can be controversial, again, people are more willing to click negative things. If I were to make a video right now, D&D 5e is the worst tabletop RPG, I bet you just titling it that, it'll get over 1,000 views. Almost guarantee it. I'm not going to do that. One, I don't agree with that. And I don't want to do something like that. The restaurant example was fittingly perfect. Yeah, I just think if you don't like something, you don't like it. You don't have to go and make a video about why you don't like it. Taste may vary. Chance says, man, you can be profitable and still be of poor taste. Yeah, definitely, for sure. Roll Stat says, I guess what I'm saying is Taken 20 has always been clickbaity. I'm not sure why everyone is just noticing and why they are so outraged now. I could list 25 or 30 vids that are pure clickbait. Oh, yeah, no, I don't think anybody disagrees. In fact, a lot of people knew he was. And it wasn't until they did a video about their favorite system that they got upset. The thing is, back in the day, we had edition wars. You had 4E versus 3.5 versus 5E versus Pathfinder 1E. Today, the edition wars are between Pathfinder 2E and D&D 5E. That is a common thing that gets talked about. And I think some of the Pathfinder 2E people are even more defensive about it than some of the D&D 5e people. If you're in the Pathfinder 2e group and you mention something and use 5e terminology, you'll get crucified. I've done it. I even mentioned in a video once of just if you want to improv something on the spot, just use the advantage-disadvantage mechanic from other games. And people were like, you don't understand Pathfinder. I'm like, yeah, but at the same time, it keeps the game going. Like, who cares? Like, let's not get bogged down sometimes with mechanics. Like, I don't like looking up rules in a game. I would rather make a ruling and then look the rule up afterwards. So, or rely on a player just if they think they know the rules enough to tell me, and we'll go with it for now. I might look it up while the players are doing other stuff, but that's all. Chance says, I agree, too much clickbait in this space as is. Yeah, it's unfortunate because there is a difference between clickbait and catchy titles. He does have some clickbaity things. I mean, saying why you're quitting Pathfinder 2e and then saying why you are quitting Pathfinder 2e isn't really clickbait, though. That's just a compelling thumbnail, right? I would not consider that clickbaity. Clickbaity would be like, saying why you're quitting Pathfinder 2e, and rather than talk about why you're quitting Pathfinder 2e, you talk about this new game system you're really excited about for the full 30-minute video. It's not really why you're quitting. It's just you're diverting attention, right? So that would be clickbait, in my opinion. But yes, he does have stuff like that. I still think to this day his best series was his Roll20 series, where he actually had tutorials to teach you how to play how to use Roll20. Those are fantastic resources. And even his review where he compares 5e to Pathfinder 2e, that's more of a, hey, we're trying to create drama rather than just give you a review, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. If I ever make a clickbaity looking video thumbnail, someone's got to put me down. That's your new job. I mean, if it's clickbait, yeah. If it's not and it's legit, then it's not clickbait. Chance says, my rule of thumb, if your title ends in ... or question mark, you're clickbait. I don't play with that. I don't buy into that one. That's a recognizable phone number for some reason. I don't know who it is though. I recognize the number. D8, I'll throw a shoe at you. The Roll20 scandal video, the TPK fake outrage. I could go on and on. His formula for success is clickbait. So what was the TPK fake outrage? I don't remember that one. The Roll20 one was dumb. I don't think he ever should have done that. If I was a sponsor, I probably wouldn't want to work with people who are going to air our personal conversations. That's like if you aired a personal conversation but didn't out somebody by name, that's different. But I don't think you out a business discussion publicly like that. In fact, I would argue that's unethical, personally. If you have a leg to stand on for a lawsuit, take it up with a lawyer. But that's just me. Elliot says, in my game, if a rule is uncertain, I'll discuss it with players for 1 or 2 minutes, tops. If it's still uncertain, then I make a ruling to keep things moving and dig more into it later. That's how I am. Maybe not 1 or 2 minutes, but for example, we came across the multi-attack penalty for Agile. I thought it was +4, +8. One of our players who's been playing the system for a lot longer than me said +3, +6. I just went with it. It was like a very quick, he said it. I said, well, isn't it this? And he's like, I think it's this. And I said, okay, we'll go with it. I looked it up in between turns, and I was correct, and that was fine. It didn't hurt the session that we used wrong numbers for a single round. Chance's Guide to Spellbook, also ranked lists. I hate ranked lists. I do too. I really do. Chance's D&D Spellbook with a burning passion. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of countdown videos and stuff either. I guess where's the value, right? If you're just listing off your 10 favorite magic items, you become more of an entertainment video than an informational video. So where is the value? You know, some people find value in it, whether they're entertained or they learn of a new thing. I think the context of it still matters. What are you actually doing in the video other than listing off 10 things? Someone who I think does a good job is Luke from the DM Lair. So he'll give like 4 of his best tips on how to handle such and such situation. He could title his video "How to Handle blah blah blah," but just adding like the list idea to it does make it more SEO friendly, right? Isn't that the whole reasoning for it? But DM Lair does a good job with his, so I do like his. Rollstat says, Amen, Chance, Spellbook, ranked videos are an immediate no for me. I don't care about the top 10 broken spells and blah, blah, blah. It would still depend. I would probably check them out, but yeah. Top 10 best spells. Rah! The funny thing about that is Chance would do an awesome top 10 best spells or top 10 broken spells list or top 10 best cleric spells list. I guess for some people who want to optimize and don't know the ins and outs, something like that might be helpful for them. But yeah. Lilia says his Roll20 drama video was incredibly cringe and honestly just made him look petty. Yes, it did. I think there's a lot of merit in what he said. Like, I do think that he would have brought more value to Roll20 than not. But at the same time, if they don't want to deal with you, they don't want to pay your fees or whatever, then it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you offer, right? That's all. Cameron says, I must admit that I like Esper's ranked videos, even when I mainly watch them to disagree with them. Esper's a good channel. I like him. DMG! All videos are clickbait. Bad clickbait doesn't deliver what it promises. Good clickbait delivers exactly what it promised. Yeah, I just don't like to call it clickbait. That's all. It's just a terminology thing. I just call it an enticing title and thumbnail. But yes, you're right. Chance's D&D Spellbook, not only is there no value, but you create metas, which makes people second guess their own choices. Possibly. I mean, I've never experienced anyone doing that, and I've never done that. Wally says, I do like the top 10 type list, something nice and easy to listen to at work, and sometimes they bring to light something I hadn't thought of or heard of before. Yeah, I think that's why I like some of them. I like how the DM Lair does his. Sometimes Dungeon Dudes have good ones, but some of them are, for me, no value. Cameron says, Nerd Immersion does good list videos because he goes on for like 5 to 10 minutes on each item and really digs in. Plus, he reminds me of a stoner turtle from the 80s. That's funny. I don't get that vibe. But yeah. Nerd Immersion's all right. I like some of his stuff too. Wally says, do you watch a lot of YouTube, Juice, or are you too busy with your own content creation and games? I used to watch a lot more. Sometimes I'll procrastinate and watch stuff now, like when I'm supposed to be filming. But I mean, not a ton. I don't watch like all their videos. But I have watched a little bit of everybody probably at some point. For example, yesterday I probably watched 2 videos only just because I was really productive. Whereas Sunday this week, I probably watched a good 10 to 15, which is a lot. And a lot of those were like backlogged videos and stuff. And not all RPG related. Chance says, all spells are broken. If you wanted to help players, you would educate them about every choice, not just say, these are good, the rest are not. Maybe. Depends on how deep you want to get. Because you can start with something like, these are good, these are not. And then dive into it more. Like, your videos are pretty short. You know, and I mean, yours give some good information. You offer a couple ideas. But you could go longer and add more. Even more context, more situational things. Rollstat says, okay, valid point. Clickbait might not be the right term. How about the monetization of controversy? Kind of like reality TV. Cashing it. Oh, I love reality TV. I'm like just starting to go through all the old Survivor. And it's funny because the early seasons didn't have as much drama. And it's just really interesting. What the fuck is a stoner turtle? Michelangelo from the cartoons is a stoner turtle. DMG says, if you are a 250K sub channel drawing 30K plus views per video, you're a commercial channel. You have to be. I agree. Doesn't mean you have to be controversial, though. And again, I am not saying what Cody's doing is wrong at all. It is working. It's putting food on the table. He was able to leave his sales job, you know, selling B2B to do this and support his family, and he likes it. Hey, he's doing it right. If he can sleep at night, that's all that matters. And I don't think he's really screwing anyone over for the most part. So, you know, I think, again, I do think there's a responsibility that comes with it. And I think when you're that big, I think there's a responsibility. It's just like the news. We have expectations of media that just don't live up to it right now in America. And it's unfortunate. And I think the same way of large YouTubers, they have sway. They have power over people. A segment of the population that watches them. Roll stats, it's exactly what it sounds like. And again, I don't want to say Cody's always doing stuff like this. He's not. I think he does decent videos. I like some of his videos. Not all of it's for me. Like right off the bat, it's not all for me. I like Cody though. I consider him a friend. So, Roll Stats is exactly what it sounds like, but with a beard. Fair enough. Yeah, the revisited videos are much longer. Basically 10 times the info. See, I haven't watched anything recently. I just see them all the way, like cluttering up my feed because you post like 40 at once. I'm amazed at how many salespeople become YouTubers. It's probably because we're confident talking to people. We're not hung up on our insecurities, maybe, as much as others. That's probably why. Wally DM says, with great power. Completely agree. That is the perfect phrase. So again, I think Cody, for as much as he likes Paizo, I think that video or videos probably took money out of Paizo's coffer. Hey, whatever. If that's what he wants to do, that's what he wants to do. You won't see me doing that. Just like the systems I've said things negatively about, I don't want you guys making a decision about something I say something negative about. I want you to try it still and see if it's for you. DMG says, Survivor 1 was the best and all the other Survivors were bad. The best reality TV show was The Mole. I never watched The Mole. I've enjoyed all Survivor that I've watched. I've watched only like 4 different seasons, though. Ilya says, I enjoy informational videos digging into the merits of spells and items and feats, etc. But I do think they need to go into exactly why these choices are good. So that's something that I don't do yet. For example, I'm going through a lot of the feats for Ancestries on my channel for Pathfinder 2e, and I give a quick opinion on each one as I go through them. Whether I think they're good, whether I think they're not. I'll be honest, there's not a lot of basis for fact. I haven't played these feats. It's literally just my surface thoughts on it. And I welcome the discussion in the chat down below. I hope people will tell me if I'm wrong. I want to engage in that conversation. So if you ever watch my video and you have a strong opinion on something, please do. Rollstat says, for the record, I'm not saying it's wrong either. Go back and look at the chat. This started with me saying he's allowed to have an opinion on a game system. He doesn't owe anyone an explanation. Yeah, I think we all agree with that. I don't think anybody's saying you're not allowed to have an opinion on a game system. You know? And you're right, he doesn't owe us an explanation. I do, but here's the thing too. I do think when you come out in the public with an opinion, it is expected of you to back up your opinion if you do it in public. You still don't have to, but I do think the expectation is there, you know, as a public figure and coming out with a public opinion. Wally says, agreed. Like Cody as well. Met him at Gen Con 2019. I find a lot of his videos entertaining. Yeah, Cody's a good talker, and I think he does a good job. He does script his videos out. So, you know, he is able to edit out certain things and put off a certain image in his videos. You know, I'm not good at editing my videos. I usually cut like stuff out that didn't make sense. That's about all I do when editing my videos. I'm trying to get better. We'll see. You all said he needed concrete reasons to not like it, not me. No, I don't think he needs concrete reasons. Again, I just think when you're doing a video about it, it's a better video to use concrete reasons than leave a ton of context out of the video. Like if you were watching a speech by a presidential candidate, you would want some reasoning to it, not just opinion. You would want, like, you know, a little more substance, you know, or even anything. I feel like if someone's doing a video on it, you want to understand. You don't want just their opinion, right? I mean, you want opinions on things. Go watch Howard Stern and you'll get opinions. Like, he doesn't go too deep into stuff. But when you're watching something about like RPG systems and, you know, why they're good or why they're bad, you might want some more substance. That's all I'm saying. A lot of teachers are YouTubers as well. That is true. That is very true. Cameron says, I want to watch an extreme sports reality TV show called When You Give a Moose a Muffin. What? Why? DMG says, great salespeople realize that people don't buy products. They buy you, the salesperson. That is true. Especially in all the scripts. It's not about what the product does necessarily. It's about the problem it solves, though. So in sales, you need to get to the root of what you're trying to solve for the person and hope you're on the right thing. And that's why questions are very good in sales. Chances, that reminds me, I had a pool about how many videos I should post daily. They decided on between 1 to 3 a day. So now here I am, stuck with over 100 animated videos and a lot of time. I wouldn't do 1 to 3 a day. I would do, if anything, at most 1 a day, but I'd probably do like 3 a week. That's probably where I would stop with videos. Your videos are shorter, so you can get away with it, though. DMG says, Nerdarchy did 2 or 3 a day for years. Yeah, they were doing 2 a day for sure. I remember that. And sometimes there was like a stream of some sort. Yeah, it was crazy. I'm doing quite a bit, like not videos, I'm doing streams and videos. And I think I'm filming like 6 days out of the week. TTP says, if you didn't like Pathfinder 2, would people care what he said about it? If I didn't like Pathfinder 2, would I have done a video response? Is that the question? I would not. No. Well, I think I would still have the same take that, you know, as a big channel, you definitely have a responsibility, you know? And I mean, is it like something that is punishable or no? But I think maybe this is just me, but as I grow, I think that those are things I will take into account. I'm not going to sit there and bash a system. If anything, I just won't talk about it, kind of thing. DMC says, you don't use a script. A script pre-edits your video. That's not true. I do actually use scripts. Quite a bit, actually. But it depends on the video. So, let's see. Yeah, I've got scripts, man. I do. There's certain things I don't script out. You're right. And I just freeform talk. And I don't try to read word for word from a script. That's the other thing. But I have scripts. I have scripts in my Google Drive that I've written. All that. But yes, I agree. A script does pre-edit your video, requiring less editing after filming. Cody understands this and has become very good at writing good videos. Yeah, I think so. I do think sometimes he leaves context out, though, unfortunately. Chance says, I feel like salespeople understand scalability. You want to make more money, sell more cars. I was doing my YouTube channel before I did sales. So I was an office documentation employee for 8 years, from 2006. So it was actually like 6 years when I started my channel. Wally says, I struggle to get one video per week. Yeah, it's tough. But again, it just depends on the type of content you do, I think. Roll Stat says, I haven't put up a video in 6 months. I'm a bad, lazy YouTuber. Chance says, the benefit of hitting 3 a day is the maximum amount of notifications YouTube will push. I find using notes is a little better than fully scripting. Yeah, bullet points are good. Maybe certain points that you want to drive home, scripting those is good. Yeah. So one of the things, so when I use a script, unfortunately, if I do try to use it a lot, I do tend to look down or over at my script. And I also sound more flat when I'm doing a video. And I don't like that. So I need to get better. I think when I get a teleprompter, that'll make a big difference. The benefit, I already read that. Roll Stat says, then again, it's not my job, so there's that. Just opinion, no influence. Money always mucks everything up, whether intentional or not. Yeah, it can, for sure. It definitely can. Cameron says, yes, you are, Roll Stats. Get to making a video, please. I can't rewatch your videos indefinitely. Just checked out your channel, Killer Stuff. There you go. He's also got a Pathfinder spell channel, if you're interested in that. DMG info, the secret to becoming successful on YouTube is preparation, consistency, and personality. Plan an entire year ahead. Plan your monetization. Shoot lots of videos far ahead. Yeah, there's definitely something for that. I think the videos in advance is a big one. So yeah, for sure. But that's not always what works. That is definitely best practice, I will say, for sure. Having some sort of plan is best practice, and you should do. There are some people who can stumble across it, but to sustain it, it becomes difficult. But either way, I don't want to get too into all that today. D8, thanks, Brav. Forgive the early videos. Roll Stat says, I know. I have crossed the 1K mark, so I guess I have to start making new stuff in the new year. Bill, we want to know about the stuff you're writing. We want to know about your old school games. We want to know about your games, man. We want to see your face on camera. So, yeah, like yesterday, between yesterday and today, I have 12 videos in the works. I filmed 4 videos yesterday. 5, technically. And then if things go as I plan, I will have a total of 12 videos going up over the next month. So I will be well in advance, well ahead. Cameron says, Roll Stats, what about doing a Keep on the Borderlands game journal? I think that'd be cool. I'd watch if I was allowed to. DMG says, a teleprompter is a sheet of clear glass reflecting a tablet screen. Built one with cardboard, picture frame glass, and an old Galaxy Tab. Yep. Yep, I know. It's, or a mirror, a one-way mirror, whatever. Yeah. I don't have the time to build it, though, or the skills, or the tools, or any of that really right now. I mean, I'm sure I have the tools. But no, I'm doing too many other things to worry about the time to do it. I also don't have a tablet. My tablet does not work. Going to start writing my own stuff, so I think I'm going to start talking about that stuff. I think you should, man. I think, one, if you're selling it, I don't know if you're going to sell it or make it free or whatever, but you're going to help create the exposure for it, right? So that in itself makes it worth it, you know, and just get it out to more people. And if you're writing good stuff, you want it in people's hands, right? One of the things I would like to do, and that I am trying to work on in my free time, which isn't very much, is I'm working on my homebrew world. I want to eventually turn that into a book. No mechanics or anything like that. I just want to have like a book, and it be something that I can give to my players when I run homebrew games. That's always been my thing. Even though I'm not running a lot of homebrew games now, that is still something I would like to be able to do. Yeah, Roll Stats does like BX stuff, I think he's got videos on Basic, Back Me, all sorts of good stuff over there. Again, it's been 6 months since he made a video, so it's been a while since I've seen one. It's a good channel, though. Roll Stats is very likable. It's very easy to watch his channel. I don't know about the Chances Spellbook, but I'm going to try to make my mark. More out of spite towards corporate publishers than anything else. Do it up, man. Become a YouTube influencer so you can really grow it. You could then, you know, get your revenge. Cameron says, I graduated in 2007, but our video production department had late 80s camera equipment in our studio. Teleprompters were huge back in the day. Yeah, they were just big monitors that like had scrolling like karaoke text. We in middle school, I remember we had one that we used to mess with. You all are so old, just Kay, you're auntie. I'm only 35. For my organic gardening channel, I shot 63 videos in one day, an entire year's worth of content in one day. For my dental channel, 30 videos in one day, a year again as the vids came out. I don't know how you can film that much. I guess if they're short videos, 63 videos, like you can't spend more than a couple minutes per video because, yeah, that would be a full day. It's like single shot, better be good. That sounds difficult. Plus, if you're editing them at all in post, I mean, that's got to take a lot of time. A lot of time. Link to the Pathfinder spells, would love to see those. It's funny you say that. I was very much the same with my aromatherapy channel. Yeah, didn't you animate that though too? Again, I don't know how you could do 63 videos in a day. That's a lot. I would be burnt out trying to do that many videos in a day. I'm so old. I refer to Methuselah as kid. Chance says, it's Chance's Guide to Pathfinder 2e, although it's still a baby channel. It's waiting for that next book, with the Magus and the Summoner in it next year. That's what it's waiting for. Gonna get all sorts of magic goodness out of that. Have you covered all the books, at least in the core rulebook, with that channel, Chance? Each video can take about an hour to edit. It all comes down to how you design your workflow. Yeah, I agree. So I spend about 20 to 30 minutes filming like a 10-minute video, it seems. And like I'm all set up usually. That's not the issue. And then editing a video, I can take upwards of 2 to 3 hours. It just depends. Chance actually, it's probably around 2 hours. I probably spend anywhere from an hour and a half to 2 hours editing a video. If there's distractions and things that interrupt me, it takes longer. You only have to shoot 1 day a year. So how long do your terrain videos take to shoot though? Because again, you got to craft the stuff at least. Or what about your quest givers videos? How long do those take to shoot? Tabletop says my vids weren't good. Ilya says I'm very excited for Secrets of Magic. Yeah, Secrets of Magic would be cool. Speaking of which, there's new classes in January that they're going to be playtesting. What do you think they might be? I would love to hear your guys' thoughts. I might do a video. Well, I'm not going to do a video. I might talk about it on the Sunday stream. But I meant to do it today, and I didn't pull stuff up beforehand. And with OBS giving me problems, I'm not going to try and Google search or anything at the same time. Bigger than mine, giving it a look now. Didn't know you did animated Pathfinder videos. We should touch base sometime. I think you've convinced me to get a teleprompter. I'm so terrible at reading scripts and sounding natural. So for me, still, it's still sounding natural while reading is difficult. I read differently than I talk. Roll Stats says, I've been waiting for the Beckme group to visit the trader at the keep. Chance Wild runs it, and he has a series of Chance's guides to adventuring that he wants to sell them. I love how you've like worked Melchior and Chance into our game, by the way. Gotcha. Still have over 1,000 videos to do in the main rulebook. Really? Are there that many spells? Just trying to finish this channel first. But you're never finished with a channel. Like that's the thing. Once you finish with a channel, it stops growing the way it used to. YouTube will naturally kill it off over time. It won't be suggested to as many people over time. DMG Invo, Quest Giver, Scotty and I did 30 vids in a day and then did 25 videos of 2 Grumpy Wizards in 3 days. Jeez, oh Pete's. Do you go for like 10 hours? How long did it take you to do 30 videos? Ilya says, new classes other than Summoner or Magus? I didn't know more. Yeah, January 5th is the playtest. I think it's going to be for that book, but they haven't said what book it's for. Chance says, Roll Stats sounds like copyright infringement. More of a homage. I call it satire, so it's completely okay. Crafting videos are different. I have changed how I film them now. Gotcha. Yeah, the new stuff you do looks really cool with like the looking like a theater set and stuff. I kind of like that. More like a stage set. And that actually is really cool for like online games. The problem is if you're using like, and I'll be curious to see if you talk about this in a video, but when you use larger miniatures, like, I don't know, like this isn't really that much larger, but this, I would imagine, since it takes up 4 squares, it's probably like 6 squares long. That's going to take up a lot of space on camera. So I'm curious how you're gonna mention handling the larger encounters and stuff. Kineticist? Okay, that's one I thought sounded cool. There were a couple from 1E that I was looking at. But yeah, Kineticist was definitely one. How many bubbles can a bubble breaker break if a bubble breaker was Bruce Lee? All of them. Chance says fair, although after I'm done with my goals, I'm going to go down to 1 a week. Oh, okay. See, I think that was why some of us, like, I think Dave from Nerdark even suggested just spacing them out more with the upload schedule part. But yeah, no, I get it. You're working hard. You're doing good stuff. And I think 3 a week is good, or 3 a day. If that's what gets pushed out, then cool. 16 hours total for 50. So yeah, 8 hours in a day at least. That's a lot. That's a lot of time. I wish like today I actually had a lot of time. I've been on stream most of the time though. DMG said, we just had a lot of fun. Yeah, I get it. I think making videos is fun. I'll just convert blog posts and comments into videos. There you go. When are you going to start doing homebrew D&D videos? You should do like a special series on that. Like, look what I found on D&D Beyond. This homebrew spell. And then break it down. Man, I'm such a little YouTube baby. My videos take like half an hour to get a good cut of 4 minutes worth of audio. And shoot, I probably end up spending a dozen hours editing in total. That's not a bad thing. Are you a perfectionist? Because sometimes being a perfectionist actually hurts your efficiency. Ilya says, just think of all the creative things a kineticist could do with the 3-action economy. Might be interesting, for sure. Chances as soon as you can streamline your process, things get much easier. I agree with that. That's why I have started batch recording. And the only time I start editing something is if I need that video more urgently. I'll still film a bunch of videos at once, and then I'll just jump into editing the one, assuming I have enough time to finish it when I want. That's why yesterday I didn't finish filming everything. I did edit one thing, and then today I want to edit one thing. So, but I'll probably wait until Sunday to do it, to be honest. I don't know. We'll see. Rollstat says, not to change subject, but if you're really interested in playing Dungeon Crawl Classics, I'm happy to run a one-shot. Sorry, this thought got lost in the shuffle. Dude, I would happily play it. Definitely, we should talk about that. We can talk about that in the Curse of Strahd game, off stream. Ilya Kineticists are one of my favorites too. I also liked the Gunslinger and the Swashbuckler. So I don't think we're getting Gunslinger in the next year. I'm just saying. I think that's like a year 3 thing. Or whatever. It'll be the following year. Jance's D&D Spellbook. The goal of the channel is to create a video character builder. I think that would be hella sweet. A video I don't understand how that works, but okay. That's cool. If you've got a vision, that's all it takes. DMG says, AJ built his entire channel around an idea I gave him of just going through the entire monster manual. Oh, yeah, when he did the monster lore stuff? Yeah, but there were other people doing it at that time, too. You had mentioned that idea in public a few times, I feel. Back like 5 years ago. Or some people were talking about doing it. Chances I've done homebrew in the past. Worked with Nerdarchy, Neckbeardia, AJ Pickett, DM's Craft, XP to level 3, and Runesmith. Yeah. Yep. I've seen, I think, the Nerdarchy one, and I think I've seen... What was the other one? No? That's it. Literally just that. Maybe the DM's Craft one as well. I think I've only seen those 2. So, anyways, guys, we've been doing this for going on 4.5 hours. So I am going to end the stream because I do want to get one video edited today. Thank you for hanging out with me while I ate cookies and all that good stuff. It was fun. We will do this again. Tonight, we're going to be mini painting at 8:30. So if you want to come back and watch that, you can. Paul is going to be mini painting. We're probably going to talk about the Lord of the Rings movies, The Hobbit, Adventures in Middle-earth. And then other than that, we will not be streaming again until this weekend. So we might have something on Saturday. I don't remember. Definitely have a stream Sunday morning like this at about 11 Eastern. And we will also do a Riffs one-shot Sunday night. So that'll be a good time. And yeah, if you're new here, please hit subscribe, give us a like. And if you want to join the Patreon, we are taking our patron chats off stream. We're not going to be streaming them anymore. Every other Tuesday, if you want to come hang out with other patrons and myself, you have to be a patron at the $10 tier and above. So far, it's been a lot of fun getting to know everybody. It's basically, I consider almost every patron like a good friend at this point. And that's awesome. So as well as a lot of you guys, we talk enough that I feel like we've bonded. So some of my best times are hanging out with you guys. So like I said, today was probably planned to be like an hour and a half to 2 hours tops, and we doubled that. So, yeah. Anyways, guys, thanks again. I will see you next time.